boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussey-Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing, then we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. We're a solid team, three really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is, it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
Half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it.
And there's an equal response from Samet. Asher in the interception, but straight to T-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last. Another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline? And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles. And Samet again waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
For Storm Shadows, of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick cut where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get it? And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
For Shaman as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure Sean Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Golds, and more golds.
And Cedric actually just lays off, allows Samez the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood! It's a save, but it's not enough! 2-1 Storm Shadows!
The ball caroms off the oncoming player with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game. It is the Royal Air Force Storm.
Spirited a performance as that was. Let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single. Do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out.
That is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus! And they don't need the 3 minutes plus, just shy of. Cedric with a stunner. And it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on demos, but who needs demos, Jam? Where you've got G-Wood, what a redirect. Sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide. And I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
Cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. Still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well. And we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the BFBS Pro League Season 1 Qualifier 2, Day 2. Joining me in the commentary box again for this one is none other than the wonderful, you all love him, it's Danny Boy. Welcome back to the stream. How are you, brother, tonight?
Well, thank you very much. Everybody loves me. That sentence has never been uttered before still, but how are you doing?
Oh, what? Bro, it's so early on in the stream, and you've got to be that harsh on yourself.
Well, somebody has to. We have to be realistic somewhat, because you know what, you're throwing me compliments here, but there's 8 teams, however, still wanting to be on center stage here to get all the accolades, the prizes, and more importantly, the BFS Pro League points as well too.
Yes, indeed. It is 6 o'clock, which means the players are ready to go, and the quarterfinals are about to get underway. Well, what do the quarterfinals consist of? After yesterday's efforts from 28 teams involved in Day 1, well, only 8 make it through to Day 2, as you already well know. And in the first quarterfinal, off-stream, it will be the RAF Storm Shadows, the top seeds for this qualifier, taking on Team Omnia. Then we have Immaculate Vibes taking on the Sparrowhawks in the other off-stream qualifier. And in the final off-stream qualifier, you have the RAF Tempests against New Gens. However, in this game, Danny, we'll be focusing on the Falcons against Team CC, which are indeed Crossbar Challenge. I know you hate giving predictions, so I'm not going to ask you. But is there any way, after yesterday, that you can see a Crossbar Challenge win against this Falcons side?
I'll be very polite, no. When you have the defending champions, you know, lurking around here and the form that they were on stream here, they were essentially on second gear here, and let's not forget both of these two sides came from the same group. It was a 5-0 Falcons outright domination of the group here, so for them to come into Day 2 here, I mean, the Crossbar lineup, you know, they have challenge in their name. Well, let's just say it will be for this best of 5.
And here we go then. We are underway. It's Onza already being faced up with one Crossbar Challenge player. Cadders and Gids meet there at the center line. Visor unable to let that ball go away from Wormsley. Wormsley does well, and Onza's already up into the air. Pre-jumps it wonderfully. But almost an early start for the Falcons yet again. It's something they've been doing well, I think, Danny, across these qualifiers, is they start fast, this Falcons side. Rarely do they go a goal behind.
Seems to be such a strong sort of sense of presence. The Falcons don't allow a roster to dictate things. The only time we actually seen them behind was in that grand final last week ago, and that just shows you how good the Falcons are. The fact that we can only think of one particular match, one particular goal, and just speaking about chances here, they could have been 1-0 up.
Again, for those wondering, it is best of 5 here on Day 2. We are still in the single elimination format. So really and truly, no margin for error if you are any of these teams. You lose one series, you are out. It is not the typical double elimination that you might be used to, as Spliz has to save wonderfully there from the shot of Gids. It was an excellent shot, actually. A nice redirect, a skimmed effort. That's Wormsley there, beaten by Visor, who will scamper forward and challenge Onza's clearance. Callers goes up. Onza leaves it for Gids. And up he comes down the left-hand side. Visor there, first to it. It's good. It's a quite even encounter here early on inside the first game.
My sort of strong opening statement of no, do they have a chance, may be wrong. We haven't really seen much of this sort of crossbar challenge team. Wasn't really on stream in the last sort of 4 opportunities we've had so far, so it's really a first time we get to somewhat see the element here. They're being tested here by arguably the best lineup here. So how do you sort of respond here? Take time, bit of control, pressure the ball in certain ways of it, but how much is it down to the Falcons not taking their chances when presented?
And that's exactly what they've done there. Onza makes full use of the open net provided to him, and Wormsley helped the ball on its way. Onza maybe didn't trust his teammate to score that, I don't know. They definitely both just made sure the ball went in, and there is the breakthrough. Now, will that be a heavens opening moment for Crossbar Challenge? Or will they go 1 for 1? And they have indeed gone 1 for 1. It's Visor that time. A nice 50, a nice beat on Gids by, I think it was Cadders there on that right-hand side. It's centered for Visor, who forced it home. And a good response there from Crossbar Challenge.
Have to cast your mind back 24 hours ago, where we had 2 matches earlier that day, the RAF sort of derby, but more in particular, Falcons versus, of course, Immaculate Vibes of our 5th and final game of day 1, where the Falcons did get a goal, let one sort of chip way back, and then the second game was the opposite way around, similar to how we were. Before that, as you rightly said, the floodgates were open, 2-3 followed in suit, and unfortunately could never get back into the game here. That's unfortunately what the Crossbar Challenge team has to do here. Prevent goal 2 to go in and somehow manifest a goal from something.
Tell you what, they're doing a good job of matching the Falcons here. And there is a shot from Visor. And there's a good save from Wormsley forced. Spliz centres. Cadders is going to be there, but Onza wised enough to that shot as Visor goes for the open backboard and Gids reads it nicely. Cadders still inside and Visor knocks it back. A bit of a mistake there and Wormsley comes away with it. Looking for his teammates, but Cadders gets bumped for his troubles. And a bit of a missed pass backwards, Visor is able to control. Nice first touch, gets the second over the car of Wormsley. Centres, but Gids comfortable in defence. And it's a to and fro rhythm to this game, Danny. And it's a great start to the evening's actions. And it just hopefully will set the tone and the standard for the evening's level. And if it carries on like this, we're going to be in for a historic night here on day 2, Qualifier 2.
So, and you know what, it's a bit frightening somewhat. I don't want to say the opening qualifier outright, lacked the quality, but we did see a few sort of threatening sort of 3-0 type performances where you sort of go, do they really deserve top, be it were they a tad fortunate getting through the group stage? Based on so far the evidence here, far from the case here. Sure, every reason why they're top, be it quality. But the Cadders, depending so far here, the Falcons in the defence, we have not seen that since the last performance of day 2, when the Falcons decided to run rampant through the brackets.
Yeah, they're certainly not having it all their own way in this particular game 1. There is a shot from Onza. It's going to be awkward here for Spliz to deal with. He goes up. Gids follows it in as well, but it's saved. And on the counter-attack, now Onza's got some defending to do, which he does. It does fall to Spliz, beaten to it by Gids inside the final 4 seconds now. Cleared by Visor, falls to Gids. One more attack here for the Falcons. It's looped high, and it's banged down there by Visor. Crucial touch at a crucial time.
Just when you need that moment, not taking the chance here. Visor, one touch. Onza just bringing that one to the side wall, and Cadders, at least has options. Not a fan of that at all, inviting the pressure down. And the Falcons, give them, that sort of inch and they will take a mile sort of type performance. Why are you putting the centre in the middle? Scratching the heads here somewhat from them.
It's a really good start, and Gibbs is looking awkward. Will it find its way into the back of the net? It does! Spliz bags the winner 30 seconds into overtime in game 1. And the Falcons, I believe, for one of the first and only times really in their Qualifier 2 run so far, are a game down.
You're right. It's just, I think it's the first time in any of the qualifiers, mind you, it's only 2. But that's the standard they've set themselves. You know, they may be seeded 2, but you know, they played No Boosters vibes, and we're going to sort of refer to it more because, you know, they played the Shadows last qualifier round, and it was a 3-1 performance, and it was such a. At one point, they didn't even look, you know, phased at all. It was just straight out domination. This time around here, they're essentially on the back foot, and what is more peculiar here still, the Falcons actually, it wasn't a case of they looked slow, but they didn't dominate the way they did. They had one chance to go 1-0 up, didn't take it, and the Crossbar Challenge team just stalled them out for time until they had a response.
Yeah, I've got to say, you know, to their credit, Crossbar Challenge have been excellent, I think, and are, you know, I don't want to say the word surprisingly, but are full value for their 1-0 lead in the series here. The question, Danny, is can they maintain that level of performance? It's a tough level to maintain against such a good side. I reckon they can do it, but, you know, the Falcons aren't going to let them have it for free, and there goes Onza early on looking for the opening goal again, almost in a similar fashion to game 1. It hasn't happened. Crossbar Challenge survive, and the dream lives on for them.
You know, I'm going to be bold here. I think, you know, surprising is the right word to go with, and that's not to take anything away from them, but, you know, it's more the case of what can you do and what can you offer. You know, you shouldn't be, you know, disappointed when you're sort of what the underdogs here. You know, it's a surprise and to take a game off them. It would be an upset and a half, however, if they go on to win the series here. You want to talk about standards, it's on the Falcons to set that standard, match that standard, and to elevate it at the same time. They've put the targets on their own back.
Indeed, and as you say, the Falcons are currently the team to beat, and so they will be scrutinised in, you know, by all the other teams. In any chance they get, if the Falcons give an inch, the teams they face will take a mile. There is a chance that Wanza, surely it'll be 1-0, and what a save by Spliz! I am not sure how he found the read on that particular play, but Crossbar Challenge survived. Again, a minute and a half's worth of onslaught from the Falcons players. And still 0-0 the score reads, and still Gids with a chance to shoot. But Crossbar Challenge net remains unbreached.
It shows you what day 1 is. You know, a group stage is filled with interesting lineups on, you know, who can sort of nip and tuck the victory away. Falcons never looked at any doubt here. Now we are certain what, pondering the questions in this very unusual territory that we seem to be walking in here. And once again, the Falcons have found a way through. Demo Central 1-0 after 2 minutes worth of attempts though.
Yeah, that's better. A lot better from the Falcons. That was sustained pressure inside the Crossbar Challenge half for a long period of time. I think it was at least a minute there of constant pressure. They found the breakthrough. But Spliz on the kickoff, can he find the equaliser? There will be no instantaneous response this time from Crossbar Challenge. And could that be the difference this time when it comes to the Falcons defending that lead?
Certainly so. And that there is straight down, so the defence not strong enough to hold here. And Gio Watt here, the Falcons may have needed that drop game similar to the Shadows.
Yeah, 100% agree. A good response now. You know, they say in football, and I would argue in Rocket League as well, that the biggest crime is to concede, well, the biggest time to concede a goal is just after you scored it. The Falcons have made sure that they've done the complete opposite of that, and they've gone and doubled their lead, and that will do the world of good for their confidence and their mood and their morale in their team chat right now. That will settle them down nicely, and you can see already the onus is back on the Crossbar Challenge to find a goal from someone. You can see they're beginning to overextend, and as you can see now, it's 2 versus 1. They've overextended. It is going to be an open net for Gids, and he can't quite convert. Wormsley on the rebound. No luck there. The scoreline remains 2-0.
They're just sending it across here. Patter's been no boost, so Falcons with essentially a freedom to play however they want in the demos. is essentially the ideal play there. They open up a bit of space here past the Falcons line, and that's on target. Ons is playing with fire there, gets away with it, one touch away. It will be an inviting shot here, double commit here, and so far here, the crossbar lineup keeps dropping deeper and deeper, even though they're on the offense, essentially relieving their own pressure away from themselves.
Spliz, 1.5 minutes on the clock. Visor with a shot at the near post, deflected down off the back end of Onza's car and away from danger. Onza, nice control. Left side wall, takes one touch in there, goes low and fakes the play there. It's nice decisive attacking maneuvers from Onza. Frees up the shot for Gids. It's 3. It's looking like it's going to be 1-1.
Currently showing that sort of missed chance by CC earlier in the game. I'm just going to play detriment really to the scoreboard because it was 2-1 with about 1 minute 20 of course. Perhaps a comeback 3-0. It's just amazing what one goal does. The psychological side of the game here. You can easily dip your head down when you have, unfortunately, a deficit of 3, 4, 5. But when you're seeing 4 go into, you know you've got a match on. Game 3, near enough going to be not too far away from your screens here.
Play progresses into the final minute now with the Falcons in full control here of game 2. And, well, they've certainly righted any wrongs. They certainly righted? Is that even a word? Only God knows. They have corrected any wrongs that game 1 presented. And they've gone 4 goals to the good here in the second game. And they're looking good now. They look a lot more like themselves, I think, Danny, which is fair to say. And they search for a 5th inside the final 50 seconds. And there is the shot. Cadder saves. Spliz away. And it won't be 5 that time. But I have a feeling it might be before the game's done.
Curious that you was reading from a dyslexic notepad there for that word. I don't think it's an actual word at all, but I'm happy to go with it.
Somebody correct us in the chat if righted is a word. I don't think it is, but it just sounded
I know
right.
you can write something back up again, but I don't think the way you said it's the right spelling of it or the pronunciation. But while we can sit here and debacle the English language even further, untangled themselves, mind you, the Falcons from that 1-0 deficit. That's impressive in the way they have done. But let's not forget, crossbar challenge, they did not look down and out at all there. For about half a game's worth, they were still competitive.
Absolutely, and by the way, what a save from Monza in that last moment there. Okay, landing and springing up, which is a difficult mechanic to do when you're trying to jump in such a specific area of the goal to cover. It's it was an excellent save by Onza as that dropped down into his own crossbar. And well, the Falcons again full control. They'll be happy with how they've responded to going down 1 game, and it's all about now in this next one which team starts better. Crossbar Challenge have shown they can defend the lead pretty well and they can compete. Falcons have shown that they can run away with a lead when given the opportunity, and it's all about this first goal. This first goal is massive.
It is. I'll let that simmer. If the crossbar challenger side may be questioning what happened in the last game,
well,
they're going to have to watch and see.
We've got a W wordsmith still in the chat from Rob. Thank you so much, brother. Confirming that righted is indeed a word, so I will take credit for that.
We've got a new Shakespearean writer here.
That's it. That's exactly what I am, and you can argue as well that I had it planned all along. Maybe I just wanted to be proved right for once. Who knows? Nah, I'm joking. I was genuinely not too sure.
Surely in that case, then it would be you have righted yourself then.
I suppose so. Yeah, I suppose so when you put it that way. And Gids is going 1 versus 1. A good 50. Spliz comes across. And crossbar challenge now really just defending wave after wave, and they're going for pre-jumps already. 1 goal to the good. They're going to make it pay off, I believe. It's off the post. Onza's there off the post again. The Falcons can't double their lead, but I must say they're looking convincing already inside the opening minute here after going down a game. They're showing their quality. They're showing why they won Qualifier 1 pretty comfortably.
Suddenly we have got many things on our screens, or even in the audio here, a few English lessons, and one in physical education being dished out here by the Falcons. Worked that ball well enough here, but the problem was the coordination could not finish it off. Glancing 2 shots away, the third one here. Testing the keeper, brings it out here. Crossbar, mind you, in this blue. Still continuing double. Oh, that's fabulous!
That's more like it from Crossbar Challenge. Spliz challenging onto there on that right-hand side of the pitch, and then proceeding to double off the backboard, just leaving Gids in absolute no man's land. There was nothing he could really do about that, apart from try and cover any part of the net. He chose to cover low. Spliz went high, and an excellent finish sees us on level terms again. And this is a similar pattern to game 1. It was the Falcons that went 1-0 up, and it was an instant response from Crossbar Challenge that meant they were able to come back into it and run away with it as well. And this time, it's the Falcons playing the opposite direction. They are the ones pressing for that second goal. Opposite effect to that first game, but we're seeing a lot of similarities. And the next goal, I think, Danny, the next goal of this one is a vital one, because I believe the next goal wins it.
Potentially watching cat and mouse here, and unfortunately both sides doesn't know if they're the cat or the mouse. Luckily for us, we're the cheese here. We're getting the full value here. That ball's being sent, mind you, wayward here. Half the game still to go, that's our statement. Next goal being vital. Ever so true here, as that ball should have been plastered middle. Wasn't, however. Visor straight down. Second touch by Cadus is wonderful. If he gets a third one here, and 2 cheekily playing tight here, and I'm not a fan, however, of the position of the third man though.
Yeah, that was a dangerous opportunity for Spliz to get on the end of a shooting opportunity, but it just didn't happen. And there is a rare mistake, I believe that was Gids. Wormsley recovers the cast, Spliz with a shot on goal, and Onza with a wonderful save, covering the top right, and gets the clear. They will move into the attacking phase. Wormsley takes over the play. Cadders getting the boost importantly, but getting demoed, and Gids will bring the ball back inside the attacking third for the Falcons. Spliz faking the double. Onza goes up. This is dangerous play now. Onza is lethal from these kinds of positions. There's nobody there to save it. Gids sweeping the back line there with a demo/bump. It opened up the play, and Onza taps it home into the empty net.
Must be awful if you're Chatters there. He essentially got his hand held and shuttled away. But mind you, the Falcons, at least making history different this time, not repeating it. Now for 2-1. With team on their side here, they can make, unfortunately, Crossbar Challenge suffer a wee bit, and Chatters could have arguably left that ball middle here. Visor's done well. Second touch is over. Oh, could they? They might have got the second goal, saved up the line, and the Falcons, to be fair to them, positionally good enough to cover each other, but why were they in the mistake in the first place?
Yeah, they're looking a little bit frantic here, and I said the next goal in this game wins it. Crossbar Challenge are doing their absolute best to prove me wrong. They're on the offensive now. They are throwing caution to when they realise they've got to give it all, or they face elimination here in the quarter-final. But good defending by the Falcons. Just palms off that wave of attacks by Crossbar Challenge, and the ball is still inside the attacking third for Crossbar. That's a dangerous double commit, and it might result in a counter-attack. Onza being hurried and hassled by Spliz. A nice shot, and it's a sucker punch for the Falcons. They've proven me wrong. 47 seconds to play. We're back on level terms.
The English laureate here has not realised that it was the Falcons who failed to righted the situation there still. The Crossbar has been now given a chance here to not only send the Falcons for a whirlwind, but a 3-man wall back inside their left side opposition steep corner. That's a mistake, and that horrible ding noise will rapture the ears. That should have been 3-2.
And the way the ball just ricocheted across the goal line of Crossbar Challenge, and it was just begging for a Falcons player to come across and tap it home and put your name in lights, but no, it wasn't to be. Wormsley with a soft touch, won't get the boost. That's a double commit though. Danger here. Can Cadders get there? No, he can't. And with 11 seconds to play, confusion on the left-hand side there for Crossbar Challenge. Gave Wormsley an empty net to aim for. And that can be so much harder than it looks under that kind of pressure. But he didn't succumb to it. He kept his cool. And he might have put Falcons within a game of progression to the semis.
There's a lack of experience on the centre stage here. And Splits will have one chance here. Wormsley to maybe move it in here when... Oh, it's been kept up here. Visor's been deadly. He might have a second chance here. That's an ugly jump. Sorry, I'm not sugarcoating that. Was just ugly. But I'm not saying here if that was 2-2 held on maybe for the OT here. I would argue that say the Falcons was the second best team there.
Yeah, they were fading a little bit there. They were holding on, and in fairness to the Falcons, sometimes it doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to be effective, and they got the win on a very important game. Momentum shifts in their favour, Danny, and we all know what Rocket League is like. Momentum can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Right now for the Falcons, it needs to be their best friend. It's another good demo and a good start again from the Falcons. Waved off though that time by Cadders.
And if you're crossbar challenge, the key message is really don't concede. If they grab the first and maybe a second one to penalise the Falcons defence, we've had a few problems here in the quarter-final stage. We've just maybe potentially may cost the thought of a decider. But mind you, that's a long time away here with the way the Falcons want to play. Splits is up, and it's a goal against the crossbar.
Excellent finish again. It was Wormsley that time, receiving a good pass by Gids, and Spears just caught underneath the ball. Needed to get up for it a little bit earlier. Alas, he couldn't. Wormsley was there to tap it home. And the Falcons with another. That's 3 from 3 now, where they started off really strongly. Can Crossbar Challenge do it again where they respond instantaneously? They're going to try, but Wormsley says absolutely not.
That's one touch. Boosters there. Options down the line. On's up. And that's you can just sense that, no offence to the Crossbar Challenge team, that they're playing against an experienced team that is the Falcons. The decision making just not as crisp in these sort of key moments of the match, and that will be off the woodwork. Back across here, Visor just sending it middle. Nobody really waiting patiently for the Crossbar team to continue it, and Falcons can go for that simple sort of tick-a-tack type Rocket League, which is pretty to watch, mind you. Nothing ugly at all with that.
Yeah, they try it. They love combining as a trio. They make some really nice offensive team plays, and it provides such a dynamic avenue for their offensive, transitions and attacks. They do it so well. I'm all too familiar with it, and it's a lovely trait to have as a team. It's almost a secret weapon when you're giving so much pressure to a team's defense, as that will find its way into the back of the net for 1-1, courtesy of Visor that time. Nice composed finish. But as I was saying, when you are, putting so much pressure on teams, and they seem to be robust and holding on and, comfortable in defense, sometimes that one extra pass can unlock them. And we've seen that time and time again from the Falcons, who combine so well with each other. They make such good use of it. And it might yet come in handy in this game to take them through to the semis.
Mind you, deja vu. The scenario itself, yes, maybe match point Falcons, but the game itself for the third time tied up at 1 apiece here, and Chatters, oh Cody, oh please! That's what was probably in the woes of Crossbar Challenge's lineup and their mics there. We saw the moment. Visor can't capitalise the recycled ball here, back into the essentially the middle of the park, popped up for on to slow the game down. He'd be wise to here, but will be met with a challenge at some point though.
Yeah, that was some save, and the following shot from Wormsley is a good one. Cadders will fly. Bit of a double commit there. You can see slight panic now entering into the, I guess I want to say bloodstream, because they'll be able to feel the nerves coursing through them, and Cadders is there, collects the shot, Gids with a clear. Cadders demos Onzo in the background there. Gids goes up, gets the reset, drops it down. Wormsley able to collect. This might be a chance here. Spliz opting for a direct shot on goal. Onzo equal to it. Cadders bangs left. Feeds his teammate Visor. That's nice team play of their own now. Onzo pre-jumping high. Limited boost. Knocks it high for Gids to chase, which he will do. And Spliz doing enough there to see the ball out to the left-hand side.
That was a cheeky shot, and the keeper wasn't right. Went past him, and the fourth man doing the job. Straight down the line though for Splits. They're not literally getting the ball out. Take response here. Back it goes, mind you. Crossbar challenges his own half. Met by the Falcons at the midfield. Sent down here. What a game this is. Very much at the edge of the chair here for both sides for different sets of reasons. Survival and instinct really being tested here.
That drops down dangerously. Onza will be there, knocks it goalwards, catters away. No boost here on the cars of any crossbar challenge players apart from Spliz, who rescues it there. And catters beats one. Wormsy keeps the attack alive, and you can see them here combining. It will be a chance, and a bit of an overcommit that time sees Visor on that right hand side wall with enough time to clear. 55 seconds to play. The next goal is going to be vital, and Gids only as far as catters, and look at that recovery from Gids. So crucial in blocking that shot, because it was dangerous. Onza will cut play here, and the shot just wide.
Turn yourself, Visor. One touch up here, 30 odd seconds here. And the Falcons know if they can just keep this somewhat landlocked here, and that's a good bump here, pinched away. And a double commit there. The side in blue haven't learnt their unfortunate mistake from earlier. Visor, no block, no save. And just like that, 22 seconds. And the Falcons gonna punch their way to the semi-final.
Visor just not getting the right read on the ball. Gids was there for the Falcons. I thought it was over. My bad. There's still 22 seconds to play. And I don't know, it's hard to see a crossbar challenge response, I'll be honest. It's going to be a third from Gids, and he honestly is, in my opinion, one of the strongest players on that Falcon side. He seems to be the source of their attacking threat. I don't know if you'll agree, Danny, but certainly for the Falcons, I think all their attacks go through him. Sure, underpinned by Onza, but I think their goals, so often than not, come from his flair or his little flicks. In my opinion, of course.
Probably more look, as you rightly said, to Onza in terms of that sort of playmaker and decision and everything is sort of operational. If those two were singing, it really makes that sort of nice sort of midfield presence. You allow that quick swap and you sort of say that sort of sucker punch feeling. You know, it just really hits you, but they're on that connection. I would argue though, it's not as good as it was in Qualifier 1. It's just not fully there. But we said that again when they played Shadows last week here in the same situation, and they got better as the competition went later into the, well, quite literally to the grand finals.
And you know, I always say it, especially in the context of football, good teams don't need to make it pretty. They just need to get the job done. How many times have you seen that great Manchester United side of 2008, you know, go away to somewhere like Burnley or Blackburn, if you want to, you know, go back to Sean Dyche, and, you know, come away with scrappy 1-0 wins in the 89th minute. You know, Ronaldo would score a clutch goal. Like, well, we haven't played well. I say we because I'm a Manchester United fan. Please don't hate me. But, you know, we haven't come up. We haven't gone there and played good football. You know, as the Falcons haven't come here and played, you know, convincing Rocket League. But they got the victory. They got the job done through sheer grit, determination, and clinicality. Sometimes, Danny, that's all you need.
I was just enjoying the fact that, you know, here's another Man United fan living in the, you know, yesteryears. So at some point here, you know the phrase, you know, the great Manchester United sides, very few of them. We could sit here and talk about the only Man City great roster they ever had, but, you know, that's a separate conversation. But mind you, speaking about how things is and lineups as well, surprisingly, that was the quarter-final still. It was actually the only game so far completed as well. As you did point out, there is, however, a slight twist where there is the 5th, 6th and the 3rd place decider still, of course, to come out through. But that does mean one semi-finalist is known, 3 still to come. So we'll take a short break. But on the other side of it, we will have both semi-finals for your enjoyment.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't
again.
have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins the matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tuck this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army 4-1. Could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost me tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I'm known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussey-Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do. From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing them. We think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. They're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just to have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is, it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
Half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it.
And there's an equal response from Sames. Asher in the interception, but straight to T-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last. Another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline? And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles. And Sames, again, waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
for Storm Shadows. Of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick cut where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get it? And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
For Shaman as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Golds, golds, and more golds.
And Cedric actually just lays off, allows Samez the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood! It's a save, but it's not enough! 2-1 Storm Shadows!
The ball caroms off the oncoming player with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game. It is the Royal Air Force Storm.
Spirited a performance as that was. Let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single. Do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out.
That is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus! And they don't need the 3 minutes plus, just shy of. Cedric with a stunner. And it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on demos, but who needs demos, Jam? Where you've got G-Wood, what a redirect. Sometimes you've got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide. And I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
Cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. They still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his hand, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well, and we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players, and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
Welcome everybody back to the BFBS Pro League itself, and I must unfortunately, well, give the horrible news. The curse of the first seed is now a bestowed thing. The Storm Shadows from the RAF has been knocked out. So that's the second time the top seed has failed to get through the quarter-final stage. And that does mean we do have the semi-final up right here against the Slayers of the top team from the RAF. I'm unfortunately saying that a few times because somebody might need a cuddle or two. You might be big and bold, but still, are you feeling all right?
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there after that, after hearing the bad news from the RAF Storm Shadows. But there is still one RAF team alive in this top 8. The RAF Tempest now hold the Royal Air Force's hope. But to the game at hand, it is, as you said it, top seed Slayers. Team Omnia taking on Immaculate Vibes. Two really good teams, and we saw already a very good performance yesterday by Team Omnia. They are a very good side. They can turn it up as well. They can mix it with the big boys, and they've shown that on more than one occasion. And to get through this one, they're going to have to do a really good job, because no Boosters 5s arguably could have won it. Maybe should have won it last week out. So came, though, to that talented Falcon side. Are we going to see a rematch in the grand final? Time will tell, Danny. Momentum is a big thing. I've always said it. I think the first game in this particular series will determine the eventual winners in this best of 5. Just my opinion, though, Danny.
Well, certainly so. Last time around in the semi-final, Omidia lost to the Falcons, who said 3-2 to get to the grand finals. The no boost lineup beat, unfortunately, the Storm Shadows in qualifier 1, day 2. This, however, the second qualifier. Day 2, once again, the second semi-final. No, it is the semi-final if you want to see who will be potentially playing the likely favourites in Falcons, but they have yet to book their ticket in either. So it's an action-packed semi-final tonight, and you know what? Game 1 really has just got underway.
And it's a great start by Lion early on here. The no boost, just vibes. That is a wonderful pass by Ritzy. Look at how he rose and diverted the ball there past the oncoming car of Crim. Exactly the start no boost, just vibes would have wanted.
Both sides we've seen before here, Harkett, and unfortunately, well, failure to get over the white line itself here. It is requiring one of them to go maybe one step further if they want to get further, but still points on the table as the 5th and 6th play of elimination matches are happening off stream, so we'll update those once they creep on in. But that shot, however, Kent with a bit of venom though. Ritzy, however, just tapping that one to the side as best as he could.
It's a good punt there back inside the no boost, just vibes half. EO4's there. Lion takes his time. Drops it down towards Lenzo. Bit of an awkward bounce off the right-hand side wall. They're scampering back now. Ritzy gets there just in the nick of time. Lion, nice clearance. Crim comes across to his left. Nice composed touch. Goes underneath the car of Lenzo, but he was equal to it. This might free up a shot for Eddie here, and he does get a crack on goal. But the save deflected back onto the car of Crim. And Omnia, they do it again. It's 1-1.
And this is already having a sense of like last semi-final of Omnia versus Falcons, the 3-2 thriller. But even better, I think still your statement in the quarterfinal, the quality's just improving, and we're already seeing it so far after 90 seconds.
Oh.
Scratch that.
Caster's curse, Danny. It happens to even you, my friend.
Was it rightly in the first place?
Oh, the Michelin man there, just pouring out of that Omnia net. Just had to take a moment there to remember team names for some weird reason, even though I've been casting on these teams for 2 weeks now.
It's all right. We know why you forgot it. It was the Storm Shadows name stroked out on the notepad, and unfortunately a few tear marks move across. He doesn't want me to keep bringing it up, so I'll mention Manchester United. Oh wait, he didn't want me to mention that either. So you know what? We can talk about Greece of 2004 if you want.
Yeah, you know what? That might be the play, but Lion just bouncing that one off the crossbar. No Bruce, just vibes, looking to take control. And I think slowly, as this game 1 goes on, they're doing just that, as I nearly get proven wrong instantly there by EO4 and Team Omnia. Lion, nice control on his own backboard. Ritzy and Lion, though, beaten to it. Dangerous here. Lenzo, though, able to keep his calm and pass it out to Ritzy, who completes the clearance as Omnia look to build from the back.
Do, and then he's done well. Nice and control posed, and that's on target. Oh my! You thought you would have stuck a leg out with the ball going across your box here, but apparently not.
Oh, that had to be some kind of reaction there by Lion. He found himself awkwardly on the backboard, and it was costly for his team, who now have their second instance of a lead wiped out from underneath their feet. It's Crim. Leaves that one for Yo4. It's dropped down again. It's going to waterfall. Crim needs to deal with it. He does. Nice shot by Lion. It's back in to that net. It's 3-2. Noses back in front for Team No Boost, just vibes. Again, just what the doctor ordered. Responses, especially when they're that quick, are so welcome.
You have the apple.
Do I have the apple?
Well, you kept the doctor away. If you apparently have one, and they currently certainly do.
Okay. Dad jokes here on the commentary booth. Love it.
Yeah. I'm getting much older now, thanks for that.
Ah, daddy. Right then, so it is Krim on his own goal penalty area here. Ritzy goes up. That should be an easy double tap for him, but no. He ran out of boost. Didn't quite have enough juice in the tank to put that one home. Eddie. Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous touch across his own goal. Lenzo looking to capitalize on it. It frees up Ritzy. Going for a double. Looks central. Beats one player there at the near post. Comes round to sweep the ball into the back of the net. But it's onto the post. And Omnia survive. It's not looking too good for them in this game.
Ritzy, nice soft touch to bring it forward from the Lion earlier. And that's our sense what Vimes is able to do here. Much what they want. Watch. Joe, sometimes you can be guilty of closing your eyes at the wrong time and see a goal just blink right in front of your net and you go, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing for you, Danny, but I did see that Omnia player watch the ball beautifully sink through the air, down onto the ground, and nice fake play as well, just to delay the shot enough so the defender goes above the ball so that the ball went into the awaiting empty net as Lion leaves that one for Lenzo at the near post, and Lenzo capitalizes 5-3 to no boost, just vibes.
Once again, the lead re-established by 2. And Joe, what as the last two qualifiers put together, you've got to sit there and say that Lion as a player individually, easy on the night. You
top.
just got a sense when he is on the ball, it's just, you know, it's what can he do, it's not if.
Yeah, he's a top player, and certainly he is to Team No Boost Just Vibes what I believe Gids is to the Falcons team. Such an attacking threat, a bit of flair, a bit of, you know, fakery to what he does on the ball. Sometimes you can't predict what he's going to do, and that's the beauty of the player, the type of player he is, and his team will no doubt know the value he has. As we're inside the final minute now, it's 5-3. Nice demo by Ritzy onto Eddie. Krim though takes over the play. Maybe one last burst here attempt by Omnia. That one falls a bit flat. Lion will take over the play. Lenzo's there. Nice demo though. This will be an opportunity here. Krim plays it in. It's a lovely touch. Nice fake by Eddie. Can they finish? Yes, they can. And it's 5-4 with 30 to play. And a grueling last 30 seconds if you are a No Boost Just 5 fan. But if you are an Omnia fan, suddenly they're right back into it.
You're looking at that, 9 goals in the opening game. And it wouldn't be fair to say this has been a scrappy one. A few mistakes, yes, but not littered. You just have to sort of take your chances, and so far both sides have been doing that. Rewarded for it, but you gotta say Omnia's been the ones that forced it through the demo, get the space in the first place. Let's see there, Lion double commit. And if they could just keep that ball on the right side of this pitch here, 5-4, take the opening game, and with no boost, the vibes is there as he just slows it in to sweep that one in. But either way, ball's on the right side, eventually knocks out the ground. But plenty talking points, you know, 9 goals a game, but to some extent it didn't feel like a 5-4 type of game. That's the strange bit about it.
No, you're right. They seem to be neck and neck for a large portion of that game, especially in the first half. But, you know, you felt No Boost Just Vibes were beginning to run away with it. But suddenly, Omnia then came back, and it was a game that really ebbed and flowed either way. So if you're an Omnia player, they can take a lot of confidence from the fact that they were able to come back into that game. Okay, they couldn't finish the job, but they got pretty close.
Sometimes when you are in the sort of semi-final stage, don't want to say you can throw a game away, but you want to sort of test the water to see what you're sort of walking into. So far, both sides showing exactly why they should be here, and Ritzy, however, continuing exactly where he left off in game 1.
Ritzy with the left-hand side touch, setting himself up, beats Krim to it, crucially, allowed him to get the deadly finishing touch. A nice early start here for No Boost Just Vibes in game 2, and EO4 Ritzy kick us off. Ritzy will steal that boost. Nice bit of possession now for No Boost Just Vibes inside the penalty area of Omnia, and they got some work to do here, which they do. It's a nice play by Krim. Buys his team a little bit of time to get out and breathe a little bit as well. Nice flick. Lion intercepts. EO4 comes across. Lenzo will let this run across his body. It's nice fake play from him and buys Leon the time to flick. And what a flick that was, by the way. Psycho-esque touch. Lenzo can't convert the chance zone. It's again maintained constant pressure inside Omnia's half. They won't be liking this, but suddenly there's a bit of an open net at play, and just like that, Krim levels things up.
From where's my psycho to O's where's my defense. No boost, just vibes, committing a deadly sin in this game. But well spotted. And once again, we're going back to this sort of tic-tac-toe type of game here, so we know what they can do. Both sides are reading each other well enough here, so the response is almost equal. And that's a double commit from the backlines. Maybe who, you know, it's fought hard. Let's not, you know, kid ourselves here to grab that goal. At times here, looks like they're going to willingly give it back.
And there is an almost instantaneous response again. Lion that time, the beneficiary of more good work by Ritzy. Look at that, cuts the play wonderfully to set up Lion. And he makes no mistake there from about 8 yards out, if you want to be specific with measurements that you might apply to a football pitch. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what the scale is.
Surely that's more than 8 yards.
Yeah, but you got to think of perspective though, right? And scaling. Oh, truthfully, there's no point in going down this rabbit hole because we could be here for hours and debating this. But you know what? I'm going to stick with 8 yards.
Let's get the tape measure out and let's properly measure this.
Does Rocket League have tape measures?
Well, I've got my coaching pen out. We can do it by pixel if you want.
Alright, let's go pixel for pixel. I'm pretty sure that's going to be about 8 yards worth of pixels if we don't even know what that measurement means.
Welcome to the extra content. You'll maybe be able to find that on Twitter, but I think the admins will be regrettably saying, do you mind stop talking there, Danny, and focus on the game? Well, the players, however, want to argue 8 yards or 8 millimeters. It doesn't matter. Ritzy scores it anyway.
Lenzo again, no boost, but staying in the play, which is so important and something a lot of players don't realize that is good to do. Sometimes you just being in the play, even with limited boost, but staying close to the ball, makes things happen. It can just annoy the first man of the opposing team, and it's exactly what happened there. And it bounced kindly, and it bounced favorably for team No Boost Just Vibes, and they've managed to double their lead. And up goes Lion again, nice flicked effort, and the pressure is still inside Omnia's half. They can't seem to escape right now, and they might have to reverse sweep the same way they did against Storm Shadows if they are to remain in this tournament and book their spot in the final. But I must say, as much as I would have probably not seen that coming against the Storm Shadows, I can't say I can see it coming against this this No Boosters 5 side either. And oh god, Danny, oh god.
Sorry, can you say that again? The Storm Shadows what?
Sorry mate, I don't watch Rocket League.
Sorry, page not found there. Of course, if you fancy, you can of course sign up to Qualifier 3. That, however, is live and kicking if you fancy to have a go. But mind you, Krim, Eddie, straight down the line here, fancy EO4 in the middle, and Krim did not care where his teammate's position was. They want to have a go at this.
Leon, inside where Lenzo was waiting, didn't quite work out that way though. Ritzy rises high. Nice shot onto the backboard, has an open backboard as well to work with. Lion goes up onto the backboard again. Lenzo a little bit too distant from that attack to make anything impactful happen from it. Ritzy looks for a bump on Krim. Lion takes over. Nice save by Eddie on his own backboard, finds the 0-4. Can they now build an attack? Can they get an equalizer? And you know what? If they can get the equalizer, who's stopping them from going on and winning the game? It's something they've shown they can do against teams a lot higher than them, of course, in the seeding. And that's done it again.
The chuckle of the voice there. Did everybody hear that?
This is going to be a running joke now, isn't it?
How much do you right now want it? Where's my Psycho 2? Can we get him on right now?
Yeah, a lot.
I'm sorry, still.
I'll tell you what, that has put a smile on my face though. Lenzo putting that one to the top right hand side. More fake play by Ritzy. Freed up the space for Lenzo. And it's 4-2.
It's all jokes and games, but when you want to get down to the business, you have to show it on the big stage. Whether it's at the quarterfinal, semi, or in the grand final itself. We've been talking about whether it's a 10-yard, 8-yard, or 3 centimeters roller. You've got to put those in, and so far, no boost, just vibes. Just slotting them home. just at will at times, and it's so far away, has got no response here. But that's a decent idea by EO4 trying to push Lion off its line. But with a minute remaining here, this might be game one all over again.
Oh, and that is going to be game one all over again. 52 seconds to play, as you say. I don't think there's a comeback here on from Omnia. No matter how good they are, and they are excellent, they are really, really good. And they have made some excellent play across these last 2 days, and indeed in Qualifier 1. Whether it's the end of the road in Qualifier 2 for them remains to be seen, because of course it's best of 5. They will have to defend 3 match points at this rate. As No Boosters 5s go in for the kill, looking for goal number 6. It didn't come that time. And Lion, can he make it happen? Eddie goes up, throws it away to his right hand side. Lion again with a good 50, but Omnia able to bring it away. Krim is there for the shot, squares up Lenzo, but a good save.
Still on the side. The flank here, that's open up here. Lenzo sweeps him, tantalizing. All that sort of effort here to see that being pushed away here with 3 goals down. That's sort of, unfortunately, all that's roped here in the second game. The comeback to do a reverse sweep. It's difficult. Not many teams can do it, but there is a side that can do it. The blue side can tell you a thing or two.
I feel like you set me up again there, Danny. I feel like you set me up again there.
I wouldn't dare make you mention the horrible news. If anybody from the RAF community, I sincerely apologise that the top seed have lost today. I hope you're not watching right now because it's probably giving you bad flashbacks. But, you know, sometimes, you know, even through the greatest of pains, you got to find laughter. You've got to learn from it. And you're, as a top 16 coach, you know, you've worked with, you know, players before. You've got to sort of going, right, we shouldn't have lost. Let's get on with it. And on many of themselves, they got themselves in a position here, sort of going, do you know what, lads? You know, we shouldn't be here. We've got a sense of, you know, an extra life in a single elimination. Let's make the most of it. And so far, they haven't really done that.
It's unfortunate because, as you say, they've worked really hard to get here. And you can see, well, you can't see, but the stats on my screen, it's not looking that good. They don't seem to be maybe as synergized as they were in the previous game. Maybe that it took a lot out of them in the last game against Storm Shadows. It could be a number of reasons, but there is an interesting intonation here for Lenzo. Might mean he might be struggling through this next game with latency, and will that affect No Boosters 5s? It surely will, and it makes for an interesting game 3, I'll tell you that much, Danny, as we do kick things off.
Well, I think he probably just potentially tabbed out. Just having a quick look there, and his ping is sitting perfect. Maybe a little bit of a mind game perhaps being trickled on in here, but EO4 not playing to the opposition's teetering on whether it flashes or stable. Whips it away, and dealing with now the second potential play from the man himself.
Ritzy, central. Lenzo's going to be there. Eddie with some good defending, but the 50 does favour No Boosters 5s. EO4 rises high, and Lenzo's going to meet it. Oh, it's a bit of a misplay there. Dangerous times. Eddie going for the kill on Ritzy. Smart play. And this aggression might just pay off here for Team Omnia. It does. And what a start to game 3 here. Nobody would have expected this aggression. Pure aggression there from Eddie. The front man of Omnia gets a demo and a bump there on the last man. It results in a goal. And that is superb.
Feels like Omnia had like a boot camp where we're made up in real life here. We're just practice hungry hippos. Literally none did anything defensively there and just swallowed it whole for the ball to go straight on in here. It's a way to play. It's aggressive. It's attacking, and to some extent here, exactly what you needed to do.
It is. Maybe they found the secret. Maybe they've unlocked it to a comeback here against No Boosters 5s. Surely there's not going to be another reverse sweep. I mean, what drama, what theatre it will be if they can make it happen. Can they do it? As it stands right now, there's no evidence to say why they cannot, and Lion goes up. Oh, it's good play and more good defending by Team Omnia.
For now. That's the key, but good defending for now. 90 seconds gone by. Just once more. Another save coming out here by Just Vibes. Krim just sends it back into middle here. It's testing T's, plucking away where they can find a hole here. EO4, that's a scrappy one, and that's why I said for now here, big moments, you have to be, unfortunately, accountable. And so far, making sure they're not conceding a sloppy one.
Lenzo with a shot. EO4 controls on his own backboard. Smart play by him. Taking it across to his right-hand side. Lion goes up. A rare miss from him. Followed up though by Ritzy, and Eddie there with limited boost on the goal mouth to make the save. Lenzo. Crim's going to be waiting for this one. Flicks it dangerously goalwards. Ritzy again, limited boost. This might be a chance here for Omnia, but nobody was there to follow that one up. That was exceptionally dangerous. They had to have a shot there. That could have been easily 2-0.
Could have been 2. But I think they'll be happy right now just to hold on to the one here. Lenzo up, EO4 in the pathway of the man that we talked about as a talisman at times. When Eddie jumped, unfortunately he's no eagle. He didn't see gold, he saw grass.
Anyone who's played Rocket League at any kind of level can relate there with Eddie. As he came off the post, he didn't actually realise he was off the post. Used his flip early there by mistake and couldn't react. Couldn't react to the shot at goal, couldn't react to the ball. And he could only watch it helplessly as it sailed past him on his right shoulder into the empty net. And a back to all square, and suddenly the chance that Omnia had at 1-0 up suddenly looks more and more important as they almost beat each other there. Do no boosters like that could have been dangerous, but they got away with it. And we're inside the final 2 minutes now with everything to play for here. Omnia still alive.
One line, or maybe thinking reverse sweep. Falcons versus this particular roster, no boost. Went up to a 3-2 thriller last week. Is this an improvement? Yes, it is. It's a domination, not quite. They've been tested so far, and they're so far making sure Amity is pinned to the back walls here. Lion once again, left or right round the house. Enzo gets a touch in Crim. Upfield to Eddie. If it's on target, it's a danger. Crim gets it home. It's not over yet.
More good work by Omnia. A nice counter-attack this time. Look at that touch, by the way, from Eddie. It's all on the touch. It commits. Lion there on that near post. He has to go across and try to cover the second man that was sat in the net. And Quim was clever enough to place it in the bottom right. Wonderful stuff from the Omnia man. As Ritzy goes up now, 1 versus 1 with Quim. But look how alive he is. Look how springy and reactive and alert he is to the danger. It's Lenzo demos EO4. Is the reverse sweep going to start off? Is the dream going to stay alive here for Omnia? Time will tell. We're into the final minute now. And the danger is there for no boosters vibes if they choose to ignore it.
Hopefully they don't have their blinkers on. They need the full vision. That's 2 attempts on target. Eddie downfield it goes. That's a mistake, and EO4 will rightly punish that one in. They needed perfection. They've found it.
EO4 clinical. Again, anybody who's played Rocket League knows those are easier to miss than they are to score at times with the mind games of an empty net. Sure, you may be in front of goal. You may be full boost and facing the correct way, but I can tell you now, I've done it, you've done it, professional players have done it. We've all missed open nets from there. He remained calm, he remained cool, and may have just kick-started his team's efforts of a reverse sweep. Unless, of course, there's one more sting in the tail. Lenzo goes down. Will it find its way into the net? Lion in into the top left corner. 3-2. Game on.
Half a pixel away. That would have been an excellent clear. Funny old game, somewhat. 1 goal margin. Game 1 was very much similar. And you're how many? You just have to hold this one away. Should be 1 ball sent it lone, and unfortunately close it down. And Lenzo and Ritzy, they're trying to get this one cracked right open. Lions there, 450, and with the remaining 10 seconds, it could go so terribly wrong too.
Ritzy, one last stab at this. Oh, it's a wonderful fake. Can he keep it up? He can. But Crim reads it and gets the double tap. 2-1. The dream is still alive here for Omnia. It's a great start to their reverse sweep attempt.
Great start. And you know what? They're the only side so far here. We really don't need to talk about what they're capable off that sort of reverse sweep, but you know, I don't want to sort of keep mentioning it, but they did come from the quarterfinal from a situation like that. And
yeah.
So just this might be the time you want to duck under your desk here, Stale, because you know losing 7-0 in any opening game and it's not ideal. Yeah, and you know what? Thanks, Stale, for that. But you know, just vibes. They'll be looking at this sort of going, it's one game. We can lose this one, tidy this one away, win it 3-1, move it to the grand final, and save a bit of energy.
They are. They will be in high spirits after that game because there's a lot of positives there for them to take. And I'm not sure if it's the same for you, but have the servers just gone down? Have the Rocket League servers just gone down, by the way?
Well, I've been forcibly removed out of the server, so yes, it seems to have been the case here. But while the servers might just be getting a quick restart here, we'll happily update here that the Sparrows have beat the Crossbar Challenge we saw in the opening of the quarterfinal 3-0, and Newgen, the 4th seed, who looked quite promising here on paper, did eventually lose 3-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. The top seed do get a win tonight here, so there is points, however, being won here, and like so far here, I think potentially still we might have to put a surprise temporary break here.
We may do. We'll be back with you in about 5-10 minutes. We believe the servers have gone down. We're going to investigate further and be back with you in a moment.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic though does some nice defensive work, but P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows, and they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff, and P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage.
Didn't have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3. And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Away, gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well, as this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussyweight, otherwise known as Cedric in game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing, then we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second now. We're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink.
I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that matchup, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
In half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it.
And there's an equal response from Sames. Asher in the interception, but straight to T-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last. Another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline? And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles. And Sames, again, waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
For Storm Shadows. Of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick cut where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get it? And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
For Shaman as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Golds, and more golds.
Cedric actually just lays off, allows Sames the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood, it's a save, but it's not enough. 2-1 Storm Shadows.
The ball caroms off the oncoming player with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game. It is the Royal Air Force Storm.
Spirited a performance as that was. Let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single. Do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out.
That is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus, and they don't need the 3 minutes plus. Just shy of Cedric with a stunner, and it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on demos, but who needs demos, Jam, when you've got G-Wood? What a redirect. Sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide, and I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
They cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. They still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well. And we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the way of the warrior sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here. After the Army, they've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
away. Gives Ed some time here on the sidewall. Gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the army. 4-1. Could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time. Not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there. Just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3. The Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussyweight, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From mine, the leadership were outstanding. No issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing, then we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second now. We're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is, it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
Half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat, Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it.
And there's an equal response from Samet. Asher in the interception, but straight to T-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last. Another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline. And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles. And Samez, again, waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
For Storm Shadows, of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick cut where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get it? And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
For Shaman as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Golds, golds, and more golds.
And Cedric actually just lays off, allows Samez the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood! It's a save, but it's not enough! 2-1 Storm Shadows!
The ball caroms off the oncoming player with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game. It is the Royal Air Force Storm.
Spirited a performance as that was. Let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single. Do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out.
That is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus! And they don't need the 3 minutes plus, just shy of. Cedric with a stunner. And it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on demos, but who needs demos, Jam? When you've got G-Wood, what a redirect. Sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide. And I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
Cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. Still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, who takes a scream out, comms, and then snap back ever dream we were in. And we're back in again on so many occasions. Believe where he was trying to calm us all down mentally wise, and I can see it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and him are big on demo reviews. He's actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well, and we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players, and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unraveling.
Introduce BF, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League.
Welcome back, everybody, to, of course, the BFBS Pro League itself, and Gio Watts here. It's been a strange evening. Suddenly somebody trips over a plug, the service goes down here, and things just suddenly, goes awry. But you were, however, tuned in to the first semi-final just previously before it happened. However, due to the bit of the times delay, still we, wanted to make sure we see both semi-finalists in terms of the opposition, which does mean we do see an RAF team for the second semi-final.
It is the Royal Air Force Tempests in action against the winners of Qualifier 1, the Falcons. It's going to be a very interesting affair. I mean, on the side of the RAF Tempest, it's G-Wood, Kobe and Sam who have the full weight of the Royal Air Force on their shoulders at this moment in time, with the Storm Shadows having an early shower, but managing to end on a high, finishing 5th place. Well, what kind of pressure do they have to live up to right now? What kind of thoughts will go in through their minds, Danny? It's going to be tough with all that's riding on it for them, but something that they are more than capable of.
Well, certainly so, and with both sides who are looking for their chance of making a statement here. It is the defending champions, however. The Falcons, first thing of the redemption of the RAF name, but it is the second team leading the charge. Last qualifier there was 3 RAF teams, 1 survived in the semi-final. It is not the usual suspects at the top seeds, and unfortunately for them, they might just be looking at the redemption of Kobe himself.
What a wonderful finish by Kobe, driving the ball home into the roof of the net from close range, just inside the penalty area. And the Tempest off to a flying start. Just what they would have wanted.
Just as Stell would have wanted, I think that sentence really said, wasn't it? Or would you want it more? He can't contain himself after chipping the plug up to knock the servers out. It's pent evidence.
Whoa, I will not be having that kind of accusation thrown upon my name. The servers going down was completely out of my control. You know what? Blame Cloudflare or blame Sammers as he goes for a third here. 2 goals in the opening 15 seconds for the RAF Tempest. It's a dream start. Can they follow it up with a goal to at least half the deficit? Gids can, and I'm telling you about Gids. The man is dangerous. My opinion, one of the better players of this Falcons side. Gets his team back in it. That's a very timely response.
Certainly so, and the element that might need to be talked about in terms of because of the delay as well, normally teams might want to sit and warm up as well. This side would have been sitting waiting for the other semi-final to wrap up and finish. So, their headspace is arguably in the right spot. They knew they were going to come out at some point on stream. Now they've had their opportunity. Both have scored goals. Now they should be settling into this game after a minute play it.
Indeed, you are right. I mean, it's a battle of how these two teams would have been preparing, and that's Sammers pouncing on the loose ball. 3-1 to the RAF Tempest, and you can clearly see they've been in free play. They've kept themselves warm, and they've come alive here in semi-final 2.
It's almost like the old coaching notes were passed around there by the RAF community. Here, the servers are down, make sure you stay warm. Wouldn't accuse of the RAF with playing shenanigans, but they are well prepped. They have been for over 4 years developing their scene. Playing against the Falcons and the duo Watt here. It's 4 for the better.
Really, really good from the RAF Tempest. They're forcing mistakes, and you can see the trust is there. G-Wood could have easily panicked up there for that ball, but he chose better than to leave it for his teammate. He trusted the comm from Kobe. It was clearly there. It's 4-1. The Tempests have taken full control here of Game 1. But we've seen this on countless occasions. You cannot write this Falcons side out. They are lethal. They are lethal at the best of times, and now would be the worst time to count them out. We know the quality that Gids has. We know Wormsley's ability to link up with Onza and bring Gids into the game and to make plays like that on his own. But Sammers locked in and saved what looked to be a certain goal. And you can see there is confidence flowing through the veins of the RAF Tempest, and they're going to need it if they want to see this one through to the end.
Hope on this Very much a sort of delicate Thursday. Sort of quite fairly dry and mild with a sort of nice overcast in the United Kingdom. But so far, we had the RAF Hurricanes on a Wednesday causing a storm. But it's the Tempest who's making a breach within tidal waves of the BFBS Pro League itself. The RAF Storm Shadows will be hoping for their second best team to do them a massive favour for the Pro League standings outright here. Take down the Falcons, and the deficit won't look as bad as Kobe looking to push that as well. But Samis, the temporary captain from last week, still leading the charge defensively there.
That's a wonderful goal though from Gibbs. Look at the team play, and that is the danger. That is the danger that they possess. They can be lethal, and they can strike in a moment's notice, just like that. Gibbs with a wonderful finish off of a pass and a chance created solely by that man Onza. Brings his team back to within 2, and there is still time for a comeback here for the Falcons. One more goal, we'll swing it. One more towards the right direction for them, and it might happen now. It's Gibbs. Again, the man on the end of the attack puts it home, and we're back to within 1.
Scary thing is how easy this game can be. The other semi-final before it was rudely interrupted by the servers was 5-4, 5-2, 3-2. Very high-scoring games, especially in the opening, and it took a bit of time for both sides to settle down. This one is not too far apart either. Very much similar elements as Kobe once again already has a hat-trick. Samis has been fortuitous to see an own goal, and the Falcons so far are not flying with their full wingspan.
Onza had an incredible difficult job to do, it must be said, to make the save there, which he did fine. It wasn't his bad. Wolseley getting sucked into the middle of the pitch there. It was unlucky. You can see why he was there. He just needed a wider rotation. It would have meant he was facing the right way with a bit of a better chance at slotting that one away from danger, but it just ricocheted off him. So unfortunate for Walmsley. Fortunate, you could argue, for the RAF Tempests. 5-3 now, the scoreline. Back to within 2. That could be a crucial opener here in game 1.
Within 2, or expanding by 2. It's a game of perspective somewhat, and the Falcons don't like how it's on their particular shoe right now. Kobe just pushes that wide, and Samis launching it downfield, but right at Wormsley's feet. Oh! Why did nobody commit to that one?
Don't quite know, but you have to admit that is a superb finish by Wormsley. Baiting the first player there, I believe it was G Wood in with the flip reset. Executed the reset nicely. Enough momentum onto the post and in. Back to within 1, the lead slashed in half, and nervy times here for the Tempest, but that clock, if you are a Falcons fan, is going to be ticking down so slow. What do the Tempest have left? Do they have another goal in them to make all but sure, or will it be a Falcons full-on recovery complete? Time will tell.
Former man G Wood himself, the current captain, has been for the Tempest for probably over near enough about 2 years now. Briefly had a spell at the top team, as I'll mind you, as a temporary stand-in. Samis, who's been fighting his way to get to the spot in this team, and Kobe was that surprise element. They need all 3 in cohesion right now. They want to see this out here. Well, match, of course, the opening semi-final 9-goal thriller. The Falcons, however, would want double digits, push it maybe before even OT. They've got the counter hour. G Wood lacking the demo, the aura, some would say. The presence is not, however, shining through him. It's the other 2, and Kobe is like a wrecking ball. Samis will punch it whole, and for the sake of Stelios not to seem biased, it's the RAF who's grabbed the lead again.
They've snatched the initiative back from the Falcons, who were really beginning to build momentum. It was a dangerous time for the Tempest, but they managed to survive the onslaught. They've gone 2 goals up to the good again, and 10 goals in game 1, by the way. What an outstanding game 1 in this semi-final. And there is another chance here for one more thrust of the engines of the Falcons players. They're trying, and Kobe with a decisive clearance. That was crucial. And surely now, game 1 secure. Still time on the clock, though. They're still throwing everything at the RAF Tempest defence. Geertz on his own backboard there. Little bit of work to do. G Wood commits. Wormsley with a bit of a whiff, uncharacteristic from him. Kobe with a 50. It sails away to the left, and the Tempests take game 1.
Certainly have. I'm going to be very polarizing here still, and it's not to be rude. It's just I hope it's taken in the compliment in the way I do mean it by. I don't and didn't rate Kobe as a player. You know, every time I saw him, you know, when if you ever played in a 6-man and queued into it, you sort of go, you know, I'm not scared of him. I can just outbeat him, you know, pace him, speed, mechanics. Boy, if you watch that game of him, you'll be so deeply wrong to rule him out as anything but decent. This is a side of Kobe that yet to actually see from, you know, we did see him, don't get me wrong, in the element that he brought in Qualifier 1. It was good, but this seems to be a different Kobe that has been unlocked. And you know what, for the Tempest's sake, you want that one to keep boosting his confidence as much as possible here.
Yeah, he's a player that typically is very mechanical, but he's playing as that one goes in at the near post there from Gids, who, you know, shock, it's always going to be Gids. He can find the goal from anywhere. And you can see Sames caught off guard by the bump attempt. G-Wood also committed. And it's 1-0 to the Falcons. But as we were saying, Kobe typically is a mechanical player, but scrimming with the Tempest recently, he's been forced to really think about his rotations and gameplay. And you can see the results. He's playing some really effective, precise Rocket League. And he'll be proud of it.
Deserves it. A lot of work has went into the Tempest, the Falcons. We do not need to sing too much of the quality. They, however, would like to hit skip. Skip, please skip. They don't want to watch this one again.
Sames climbing high, connecting with the ball, giving it enough momentum to sneak it past the car of Onza. 1-1, all square again. This one on a knife's edge, and again we've had 2 goals inside the opening minute. I think it was about 3 or 4. By this point in the last game, Kobe rises high, looking for G-Wood. G-Wood can't quite make it now. Sames has got some defending to do. Knocks it away to his right-hand side. Onza plays it infield. This is dangerous again. It's that man, Gids, back towards Onza. Look at the clever play there from the Falcons. It must be said. The composure here in front of goal from Wormsy, I believe it was. No, it was Gids, dropping it down to the left where he knew his teammates were waiting, so that if the shot was saved, there would still be an element of danger. That's clever. That's 2-1.
You can spend a good half an hour, and I'll tell you that as a former top-end man himself, you could, you know, spend a while breaking that play down. Very intelligent, and rightly pointed out by Stealth for what they had possessed themselves and gained the lead once more. The Falcons' way of playing, lose the first game and bring the onslaught, and Gids once again highlighted in the quarterfinal due to his threat, once again showing exactly why.
Yeah, they play so close to each other, and you can see there, it pays off. It's a bit risky, but it can pay off like that. Almost every time you get, well, it will pay off like that every time you get it right. They've got it right again. They've extended their lead to 3-1, and it's a reversal of fortunes in game number 1. It's the Tempest now that trail, and we'll get a brief insight now and a brief look into their resolve and what can the Tempest do when it comes to getting back into games.
How much of the G-Wood effect could be tested here? Normally known up front for this demo, and he's got one here to alleviate the Tempest temporarily. Passing play through, of course, the left side of the pitch there from the Tempest perspective. Another demo on, however, G-Wood this time. Onza not happy, took it personally, and you know what? I love this. I love the fact that there's grit behind the 2 sides here.
And neither of them want to lose it. Semi-final number 2, a place in the final at stake for qualifier number 2. I mean, they've both scored good points already at the stage. And again, who knows that both of these teams' availability throughout the qualifiers is going to be, you know, as is with the military lifestyle. So scoring consistent points is the first step to making that fantastically anticipated LAN championship at the, well, I can't quite leak too much yet about that, so I'll just stop myself there. That's a wonderful shot by Kobe. Somewhere in the UK, it will be happening. But who will be there? Who will be there with a bigger seeding as well, by the way, because that's also important. But Kobe with a wonderful shot back to within 1.
And then, even in terms of the build-up there, still somewhat maybe teasing and alluring, almost like a magician, but as well as the laureate that himself, the verbal gymnastic man, watching on as his team rightly pointed out, trying to test their resolve and mettle here. Was 2 goals down. Back again for Kobe, and the Falcons can't say how good they are without pointing out to a few individual bits of brilliance, because that's how good they are. But as a team, arguably, and should have been the top seed outright coming into this one. And you know what, there's probably going to be no doubts here. And Qualifier 3 is on, so down the line here. One touch to Liz, forcing Samus into it. And there is a particular shot on target. Tip to the side here. The keeper hands might be stinging, but is their leg still, of course, with the pace to go with it?
It's a wonderful save. Samus will have to get there again. He does. G-Wood scampering on his own backboard there with minimal boost, managing to clear the ball, and he comes away with it again. You can see Kobe at the back post there, limited, but the Falcons didn't know it. He gets the clear. Sames will press high here. Wormsley linking up with Gids again. Does enough. Oh, he was almost squeezed in at the near post, but Kobe manages to do enough to put off the attacker. Sames with a whiff. You can see there's pressure now. They're beginning to feel it. Can they resist? Can they find an equalizer? We shall find out inside the last minute almost.
It's almost fiction, this. Resistance is futile, as a franchise would have once said. As Samus, unfortunately, trying to exactly resist, but that one was a smokescreen demo. Couldn't quite see both sides of it. Tempest very fortuitous, it wasn't tapped on in with a leap of faith. Under the minute, mind you. Kobe to the back wall here. G would pushed a little bit too eager, should be tapping that side. And Kobe once again proving his value as a third man. Sweeps in, takes the threat away, but the Falcons, they've got possession.
It's a real high quality affair. It's an empty net, but Kobe's there again. His rotations have been so good. You know what? It's a really entertaining series. Whether you are Royal Air Force, whether you are Falcons, it's been excellent, and I hope for more. For the remainder of this best of 5, it's 18 seconds played, it's full on aggression, limited boost on all the Tempest players, and they make it count. 4-2, and surely they're going now to game 3 with it all square.
This is the typical Falcons that we know still. That sense of, the first game is close, we haven't quite warmed up yet, but when they do hit that sort of A-level game that they possess, it's going to be difficult no matter what team's in front of them, and it's unfortunately the Tempest's turn to potentially try to dethrone. Very few has even been close, never been succeeded on that particular task, but it's 1-1 and it's best of 5.
Really good stuff from the Falcons. There was a moment there where they were under a lot of pressure, but they overcame it, and then they put it right back onto the RAF Tempest, who towards the end especially could not handle it. Again, combination play. I want to highlight that goal again from, I believe it was, I think it was Onza that got the full credit for the goal. But the composure from Gids, with 2 RAF Tempest defenders throwing themselves at him to knock it down to his left, where his teammates were waiting. I mean, that comes with trust and experience with your team, and they've done very well, because that was the goal that gave them I think it was to put them 2 goals to the good, and from there on out, it was always going to be their game.
I think it's very hard to look at the Falcons and sit there and say, which is the most valuable player, or which one's the one that stands out.
It's tough.
Wormsley, who, let's be fair here, we don't bring him much into the conversation here, but it seems to be, if Gids makes that option, as you said earlier today, they have the threat here, but it's On's ability defensively that makes it even special. But the fact is that we haven't seen that in game 2. It was Wormsley who was the man that was possessing the passing play, but also more in case of allowing the option for the other two and allowing them to present the best case possible. The Falcons can switch and choose which is their best option based on how they're feeling. The Tempest, however, they don't have that, it seems, but it's Kobe. Where's Kobe? Well, there he is.
It's Kobe, or we might have to start calling him Golby at this point. That is a flying finish from the right-hand side. And the Tempest once again off to a flying start. I'll get my jacket.
I've heard some nicknames in my town, but no.
I'll get my jacket, and Wormsley's made me pay for that one. What a finish again. A nice, quick response from the Falcons. Straight back to 1-1.
Is it Wormsley in the jacket by any chance?
Potentially, it might be quite Wormsley in my jacket. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean that's got to be worse, surely. By the way, that's got to be worse. You know, I mean, chat can be the judge if anybody wants to weigh in on that one.
I'll let the social media team put it on Twitter. They can vote on that one, or X, or whatever they're calling it these days. But it's 2-1. Falcons through kids once again.
Look how quickly they've turned it around. 10 seconds ago they were 1-0 down. 10 seconds later they're 2-1 up. Rocket League in a nutshell. It's good, aggressive play from the Falcons, and they've got their reward.
Certainly so. And while potentially looking at no boosters vibes returning to the semi-final, if the inkling of what could be occurred of the other semi-final, and the Falcons, they might have a sense of, do you know what, we can do it again here. The Tempest, however, they need again that second goal, and they need it to do it very much in the sense of the next minute or so before Falcons lock down goal 3.
And there is a chance here for Sammers. It's off the crossbar and down. A golden chance. Kobe follows it up. Still danger here for the Falcons. Sammers up again. Drops it underneath the crossbar. Falcons unable to save. And after that almighty goalmouth scramble, the Tempests are level.
Earlier today in the green room, I let this one slip out. I saw somebody working out, trying to gain a bit of muscle. Sammers might need a day off the gym workouts. Pure raw power, and only the crossbar denied it the first time. Cruel it can be, requires accuracy. The Tempest, however, got that second goal, and unfortunately cannot keep the ball out for the third consecutive time of asking.
Yeah, there was a slight bit of miscommunication between Kobe and Sammers there. Had one of them just stayed behind, it was an easy save, and Gids, the poacher, extends the lead for the Falcons to 1 again. And well, it's been a game of quick responses. Will it continue?
Oh, how's that for nearly?
It's like they can hear us sometimes, Danny.
Oh, I definitely tell you they've got me on mute. Maybe not you still.
Oh, who says that, Danny? I think you underestimate yourself sometimes. That's going to be surely an open net, and it will be. Onza to tab it home for 4-2. Another electric start to this game. 6 goals inside, well, just under the first half. And the Tempest made to pay for having 2 men up front.
Can't afford to allow that back man to be left alone, especially with the way Falcons play. They are playing a better way than G would comfortably normally brings to the table. And unfortunately, the Tempest can't afford to allow those opportunities. They need the combos to be crisp. And that third goal was caused due to the defensive error, but the chemistry at the passing play, the Falcons know it, they get it rolling, and unfortunately for them, it's a 3-goal deficit.
And there is the trademark team play from the Falcons. Wormsley the beneficiary that time of good work from his teammate to play him in. 5-2 now, that lead looks a lot more convincing as Sammers will rise for this. Wormsley coming off the ceiling. Sammers forced the flick high, and Gids couldn't quite get the shot on net there. G-Wood doing good enough to just send the ball down the line. Tempest can slowly advance up the pitch. G-Wood though beaten by Wormsley. Second man for the Tempest should have this. Sammers knocks it to his left, centered by Wormsley. Nobody there. Onza beat into it by Kobe. This might be a bit of danger. Kobe centers. Will there be a Tempest player on the end of it? G-Wood flicks it goalwards. Gids to clear. It's not the greatest clearances though. The ball's still inside the Falcons half. And Onza has a free touchy to get the ball away and buy some temporary relief for the Falcons.
And that's just sent back into the same corner. And the unfortunate bit of it, the longer this goes, actually may go against the Tempest, which seems counterproductive at times, but you run out of boost quite quickly when you keep sort of attacking, because you do not have time to steal the boost away from your opposition to essentially continue the attack. G-Wood and Sammers, he's got no boost here, and that's the ideal counter, but again, the resource not there, and G-Wood once more not in the right position to have a quick little snipe of a shot bottom left side. If he was, we could be talking 5-3.
Yeah, the Tempest seems to have stabilised in this last couple of minutes, and maybe a chance here for Kobe to steal something. He does get that boost, no pun intended there. But again, Sammers demoed for his troubles. Wormsley, the pain maker that time, and Sames again, Demo. Look at this aggression here. Skids again opens up the play. G1 going to be the target this time round. Manages to get the save, and they've recovered only for now. Sames being forcing Gids to go low. But you can tell the pressure from the Falcons is beginning to show. Will they get their reward? It's a great flicked clearance, and inside the last minute and a half now, it's all Falcons. They're searching for a 6 to make it all but sure, and the Tempests are on the ropes.
So far the Falcons has taken snapshots, and by that I mean they're just breaking every bone that the Tempests have right now, removing them off the pitch here to make sure that this lead that they've got and domination of the pitch just remains for them in remainder of Game 3. An odd one, the head scratcher, because the Tempests themselves, as you rightly said, had opportunities. Have also had a sense of purpose, but it's not good enough when you're just, penned in here. The Falcons have taken a temporary part-time as shepherds here.
44 seconds to play. I do think it's going to be 2-1 in the series now. It will be 2 match points to the Falcons, unless there is some kind of a miracle here inside the last 30. I don't think so, because the Falcons are in complete control. It could be 6, it could be more, to be quite honest with you. And you can see that there's a bit of miscommunication coming out from the Tempest. There is panic, there is anguish, there is anxiety, and it's all to the constant pressure, to their credit, of the Falcons, who continue to dominate. And the amount of demos in this game as well, you begin to wonder, are they going to tilt the Tempest? So far, they seem to be keeping their cool, and they have stemmed the flow of goals going in against them. It's a much more promising last couple of minutes, than the opening stage of this game was. But the ultimate result, and the one that only matters, is the fact that the Falcons are 2-1 to the good, Danny.
Certainly so, but it seems to be the Tempest may be a fan of the current pop song Anxiety by Dachi here. I've got anxiety, but I'm not going to bang it out as the actual tune here, but it's frustrating if you're the Tempest here, because every time you sort of get 1, possibly 2, you sort of go, we've got a chance here. The problem is when you play the Falcons, you can't afford just to have a 1-0 lead. You can't be sloppy defensively here. You have to continue with having your shape and the formation upfield to continue rattling through. When they get the 1 goal, settle down and sort of chip away for goal number 2. If not here, we could be looking at a 3-1 semi-final result here.
Sames is really taking a battering. He must have been demoed about 5 or 6 times, and it opens up the chance for Wormsley, but Sames manages to recover the car. But you can see they're awkward all round. G-Wood searching for Booth, searching for a demo maybe, and Kobe with a shot. It's really, really precise into the bottom right, and it's that man again, Kobe, for the RAF Tempest, who gives them the lead.
You just have to look at how well Kobe's playing. And in fact, off it, and it's no disrespect to G-Wood or Sames, but if Kobe was not on the pitch today, you would have been looking at a sweep. This, however, could be the decider if Kobe can get the service up on the other side of the pitch here.
Nice pinch infield. Kobe's there again. Nice and quick play. And it's all about now momentum for the RAF Tempest. Can they keep this up? Can they resist the Falcons for as long as possible? Maybe steal a couple more goals before the Falcons do their inevitable wave after wave of attack style of play. Monza makes it awkward for Sam. Sames deals with it well enough, and Kobe going for an aggressive play. There is a bit of revenge there. Sames on Wormsley. Kobe away towards that left-hand side wall. Tension here for both teams. You can feel it. This is going to be so tough to deal with. But there wasn't a Falcons player there to deal with it. I'm not sure how or why, because that was a golden opportunity. Limited boost for Kobe there, and Gids comes across, puts it home. 1-1.
And you would have thought with a bit of experience behind Tempest, one would have been on the wall. Wasn't too much of a threat outright. Yes, a tricky one, but should have probably dealt better with that. Lose the Falcons back in through the back door. And they've unfortunately seen the Falcons' determination when they have got the game back in level here. Top right, and Samus is fancying a goal of his own. Doesn't get it. G-Wood to tip it forward. Wormsley can only just poach it into the corner. As you rightly say, there is a bit of tension, even the way both sides are approaching this one.
Kobe has time to bang here, which he does. Actually takes a nice first touch though. Onza bumps him away. Gids puts the ball goalwards, and a double commit for the Tempers. They've just got to communicate, they've just got to relax. G-Wood looks infield for his teammate who gets demoed. Samez though manages to claw back that attack, and it still goes on inside the Falcons' half. Onzo looking a little bit awkward, but manages to deal with it. Good 50 by Kobe. Drops invitingly in front of the penalty area there, and a nice shot by Walmsley. Will it find the near post? It doesn't, but Gitz is there again, doing what he does best, poaching goals away, and the Falcons lead.
And that's us the difference when you spot that wide open. You know, when you get the clear, you can roam upfield, get that opportunity, but when you're experienced enough, you can work it roughly, just how much boost the opposition have and who has it. That's on target, should be met, and the Tempest are throwing possession away here. Half the game to go. They've once and twice looked at getting 2-2 before the Falcons have steamrolled. Samez doesn't decide to cut and drop back here. I don't want to say it, but the Tempest are playing scared.
Yeah, they seem to be under the cosh here. Limited boost all round again, and it's a credit again to the Falcon side. They're playing a relentless, high-pressure style. It does come with its risks, but they make those moves count. They look comfortable in this play style, and it's something that they've clearly worked on, and it looks good. Clearly it feels good for them, because they're making chance after chance after chance, and sometimes the Tempers just can't escape out of their own half. And again, there goes Jiwa to a demo by Onza. Underneath the car of I think that was Kobe being faded. Above Samez, it's just composed play from the Falcons. They look in control.
Oh, and that's a mistake here. Oh, and there was a gap open up for Tempest, but the rotation, you couldn't blame. But Samez ran into it. The slipstream not paying dividends this time. Shot with a two-man wall. G-Wood with the boost will run out to at least the halfway line, inviting that particular Falcons team to have a go on target to put the game away. G-Wood sends that one right to Wormsley, and that lack of boost have been a problem for some time now for the side in orange. They have to sort it out now.
Yeah, they've been starved. They've been starved for a good minute now, I would say, of having any proper level of boost. And again, to the credit of Falcons, they're doing it perfectly. It's a perfect offensive rotational pressure. They're doing it so well. And if they continue inside this last minute, they will have guaranteed themselves a spot in the final. That's a world-class save from G-Wood. And again, you can see no boost on the car of Kobe. He can't go for it. Wormsley drops it underneath the crossbar. Samez now finally allows the Tempests to move outside of their half, but it will come straight back to them. Onza finding Gids. Gids back towards Onza, going for a musty finish. Forced loose to Wormsley, and he can't make it count inside the final 30.
This has to go out of the final third, but I think it's over. That goal was enough to make most teams surrender. The Tempest has 26 seconds, essentially scored 2 kickoff goals.
Yep, it's now or never for the RAF Tempests. They've scored good points here inside Qualifier 2, and they'll need a miracle if they want to go any further. G-Wood with the shot, and Onza onto his own backboard. Look at that calm play. Samez. Oh, it's looking a little bit awkward now. Wormsley climbs high, and G-Wood manages to claw it back, and it's a fake by Onza. Will it be Giz to bag himself? Another goal. Not that time. And the Tempest counter-attack. Wormsley turns. It's high into the middle of the park. It's going to be the Tempest eliminated from Qualifier 2. And the Falcons progress to the grand final.
Unfortunately for the Falcons, they'll be looking at the grand finalists and waiting in the form of no boost, just vibes. We saw them in semi-final 1. The rematch, essentially. So the Falcons did win that. But we were questioning that, just vibes just did not have that caliber to step up at the key moments. They seemed to falter. It's the first time we can say this in some time. Both sides are used to the occasion. It's who can grab it and win. But for the other story, the Tempests, on seeding, shouldn't be here in the semi-final. They've done massive here. They will go in the 3rd and 4th place matchup and essentially grabbing more points here. And you know what? Firmly will be in the top 8, no doubt, after this.
Yeah, that definitely cements, as you say, the RAF Tempest place inside the top 8, and they will proceed to the 3rd place match, which I believe we'll be bringing to you live here on the BFBS Esports Twitch channel next. So don't go anywhere. There's that one, and there's still the grand final to play So get comfortable, and me and Danny will see you soon.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals, and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment, and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the
immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
For the minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here. After the Army, they've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins the matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. Control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal.
Welcome everybody back to the BFBS Pro League itself, and you know what, the third place matchup should be quite interesting, but it has its own twists and tales of its own variation. The grand final coming up shortly. The RAF Tempest, however, will look to secure a few points against, of course, Omidia. While this is, however, may seem, well, there's no point to this. There is quite a lot of point. It is, however, a top 8 matchup. In fact, it's even a top 4 matchup. In fact, it could even knock the RAF Storm Shadows somewhat out of the top 4 in terms of the points if things go a wee bit interesting in terms of results. We'll, of course, update everybody how that goes. But still, how are you doing?
Good. I was very impressed with how the RAF Tempest started off in that first game against the Falcons. And I think, though, once the Falcons unsettled them in Game 2 onwards, they really couldn't recover. And that's going to be the crux of their progress in this best of 5 shootout for third place. If they can stay composed, if they can stay relaxed, and play the game that they played in Game 1 against the Falcons, I think they're going to be absolutely fine here. But for Omnia, can they take the scalp of another Royal Air Force roster here in this best of 3 shootout? We'll find out, Danny.
Certainly so, and to put it into a variation here, just to let everybody know that the Tempest win that moves into 16, Omidia will be on 16, and based on the points from the last qualifier as well for the RAF Storm Shadow, which should, if I've done the maths right, makes them 16 as well. A 3-way tie, but will require the RAF Tempest to win, and Samus is doing his part to make that possible.
Sames puts it home into the empty net, and the Tempest starting off quickly. The same way they did against the Falcons. Can they keep this pressure up the whole game? Or will it dip again? That's the question that you have to ask of this Tempest side. It's Krim going to his left, cutting, avoiding the boost, but getting the ball. Kobe doing well. Stays on the backboard. You can see 2 Tempest players there queuing up at the back on the backboard. Whether that's a good sign or not, we shall soon find out. Krim gets the reset, plays it down goalwards, and Kobe was equal to it.
Certainly so. And Kobe, one-touch G-Woop, setting across field here. Particular chances are opening up here. EO4, who has been stellar, and Krim, who has done his role so far here, but Omnia's heavy sort of demo present game at times have not got them too far so far. Teams are slowly unraveling them apart here. Just in case on kind of get stability throughout the rest of this match.
Stability, the key word. Samus flying over the ball that time. Krim plays it off that right-hand side wall and goes for the ball again. Kobe doing enough to maintain composure. But that's a shooting opportunity there for Eddie on that right hand side. Sorry, a good save. The Tempest come away. This time in their all blue kits for a red badged roster. EO4 linking up with Krim. That's wonderful play by Omnia. Eddie, can he find the finish? Kobe managing to do enough to get across his man and get the ball out of harm's way for the Tempest, at least temporarily, as the clock sneaks below the 3-minute mark. The Tempest in relative control, but I wouldn't say they're comfortable.
Well, compared to what they faced earlier today, I think they may feel relieved the fact that they are not being bombarded after shot, and suddenly they're rear end getting demoed here and there and sparkled all over the pitch. But so far, they made it a light with the opening goal. Stabilize what could be a threat here. Attack to the backboard. G Wood will be looking and pouncing. Kobe, well, he got the hard bit done and forcing the keeper out, but G Wood shot. Well, let's just put it politely, you wouldn't want to do that again.
Krim trying to apply pressure onto this Tempest net. They've been doing that nicely so far. They just haven't found a real shooting opportunity, a real cutting edge yet. But you feel that it's coming. You feel something is coming here from there. They are banging on the door. It is really there for them. They are in this game. Samez, can he force a mistake? Not that time. G-Wood centers. Eddie's there now. Up they come. 1 versus 1 with Samez. Good underneath. Kobe gets there vitally for the Tempest. That was heading destined for the back of the net. But he did enough.
Go forward. Still continuing. Blockade. And Eddie shot it right at the keeper. Still continuing, mind you, with immediate opportunity. Seawood 1 touch, and Eddie continues likewise anymore as Krim just gets a touch, and that's a bottle. The defence have wavered now. They have to find themselves scarpening back. They've done that, but they've invited the Tempest, mind you, to have a bite at this one.
Krim looking infield towards Eddie. They're going for a pinch. Samez getting there in front, and the lead slender, narrow, but all importantly it's there for the RAF Tempest. Eddie goes up, Kobe with the clear, and Samez will chase and hound Krim, and he does that nicely. It means that they're in an awkward position. Kobe with a pre-jump. Bit of a miscommunication there with G-Wood, and now they might pay for this. This is bouncing goalwards. Krim's gonna be there, squares it. Eddie with a shot. Samez with a vital save. And on the counter-attack now, again, there seems to be a breakdown in communication somewhere between the RAF Tempest, but they're holding on to the lead, which is the only result that matters right now. Samez with the clearance. Eddie trying to inspire something for Omnia here. We're inside the final 20 seconds of play. Will it be a Tempest win to start off this best of 5 for 3rd place? Or is there late drama here for Team Omnia?
Yo 4 pops it high up, and will still continuing the float here. G-Wood to the back wall here. Samez, this is perfect for the Tempest to demo, and unfortunately for them, they'll be watching the ball drop on down. But to the glory of a Tempest victory with a 1-0 lead, and that word slender is being used to the utmost effect there. At some point there you thought maybe it should have been at 1-1.
Could have easily been, I'm not going to lie. They had a lot of chances to equalise and put some real pressure on the RAF Tempests, who've shown already that at times they can be unsettled and struggle to recover from being unsettled. But they held their nerve this time, the RAF Tempests. They got themselves into a crucial 1-game advantage in this series. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough to kickstart this 3rd place shootout series for them? Well, time will tell. Samez and one of the Omnia players I can't quite see is Krim, who start off game 2 for us.
You need to get your eyesight tested there, Stale.
Potentially.
Bit of foliage creeping in there from the country. Well, it's hard to look from up here, to be honest with you. They all look like little dots, as that one was pinpoint accuracy from Eddie.
Yeah, look at that shot, by the way. EO4 with a precise pass. And what a finish, by the way. You couldn't put that any more in the top corner. Excellent stuff as Omnia take a deserved lead based on how the last game went, with how much they were pressuring. A goal was coming sooner or later, and they finally got their reward.
In case of can the Tempest conjure something from the back end here, but the pot that has been magically brewing for some time might be unfortunately running out here as Kobe sends it to the side here. Won't have any boost, so resulting in a 2 miss here, needing to reshift the position here. And I'm not a fan of Kobe pushing with no boost. It's forcing essentially a 2-man wall to hold at the midfield there.
Kobe knocks it down inside on their half. He might get a flicked effort here, but it wasn't successful that time. G-Wood rises for it, knocks it down field. EO4's waiting. Kobe with a nice cut. Sammers will get there before Eddie. Now this is good pressure. Can Kobe find a shot? And he does, and that was incredible shooting there from Kobe, diverting the ball goalwards from an impossible angle. Sammers gets there. Kobe rises high, and the pressure now all from the Aria Tempest. Tables have turned, but all importantly, the scoreline remains 1-0 to Team Omnia.
The time being, fabulous demo by Kobe and Krim, looking grimlessly at that one. Soft touchdown. The Tempest is trying to break free here. There was 2, maybe 3 half chances there developing, and Omnia has shut them down, made them pay for it.
What a finish again. A slightly loose touch by Kobe. Ended up as a pass from Eddie, central for Krim. He just doesn't miss from there. That man is deadly from close range. And they double their lead and series on again. EO4 rises high. Can he get there before G-Wood? He does. Bounces kindly for Krim again. Will he put it into the empty net? He does. Sam is unable to recover. And the Aria Tempest 3-0 down.
And it seems to be the DNA of the Tempest, and it's an unfortunate gene that is a part of them. When they concede, they start wobbling with sort of self-pressure. It's not being fully exerted onto them, where these mistakes are being forced. It's 1 or 2 positional errors that leads to those sort of second and third goals and makes the task even harder to come back from. They don't need to put themselves under Atlas's boulder here.
EO4. Sammers with the control. Nice 50-50 as well. It springs out to that left-hand side where G-Wood was waiting, but he couldn't quite pre-flip into the ball. Kobe with a nice first touch, takes it round Eddie, who misses. Opens up the opportunity for a clearance, but Krim with a nice cut, and it's going to cause Sammers all kinds of issues here, facing his own goal line. Eddie recenters, EO4 lurking. G-Wood, central, and it's a loose ball, which EO4 capitalizes on, and it's a nice clearance from Sammers, buys his team time, but it's straight back, and again, it's wave after wave of Omnia pressure. G-Wood manages to steal that one clear of the empty net, and again, you have to credit Omnia. They've really come back nicely from that awkward first game loss for them, where they had pressure, they just couldn't find goals, but this time they have certainly found their goals, and they will feel like they are full value for this league.
So, and they're not overextending either. Each sort of opportunity is reasonably worked, and they fancy their chances when they present themselves. And you know, that sort of old expression, you have to play whoever's in front of you, and Omnia's doing that. They've sensed where the weaknesses are, found the opportunities, and a 3-0 lead here in a third place decider. It feels wrong saying that because, you know, it arguably could have been the final.
Yeah, that is a good point. With how good both of these two teams are, this could have easily been the final. We do get the anticipated rematch between No Boost Just Vibes and the Falcons, of course. That is going to be a juicy final. Both those players, both those sets of players will be watching this one, potentially in the background of their free play sessions, or even rank 3s, or even a warm-up scrim, who knows. They'll be ready. I'm hoping they'll be ready anyway for one last showdown for Qualifier 2, which takes us into next week for Qualifier 3, which I'm also looking forward to. And again, a quick plug for Qualifier 3. If you are playing in this qualifier already, you should have received invites already where you won't need to remake your team to join. If you haven't, if you're new, get signed up with BFBSesports.com. Sign up for Qualifier 3. Of course, only if you are involved in the military community in some way, shape or form, be it the child of a veteran, be it currently serving personnel, be it a cadet. There are so many ways you are eligible for this tournament. So if you can, if you think you can do better, if you think you can have a chance of qualifying for the live finals in September, get signed up.
Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Massive. The LAN that's going to be there in September. And the team just sitting in this virtual commentary booth tonight here. I've heard a few people, I'm not naming names here, but we can certainly see them expression in about 15 seconds time here, saying, I could do better than that, I could beat them. Well, I wish he could sign up, we would have seen the answer to that one. And I don't blame him, there's sometimes even I feel like I could, but sadly, I'm not allowed by the set of rules. But Tempest and Amelia, they're playing by their own rules right now, and nobody is able to break that either.
Well, Danny, there is one way you could be eligible to play for, well, any of these teams, really. But I'll leave that one to you to figure out.
Well, there's at least more than one way on that one, but we'll leave that one for the after-show reflection. But I think my students might be a bit disappointed if, let's just say, it's signed up still. But who knows? Maybe a more open tournament down in the future. And you know what? Maybe we could team up. Maybe you know, Migra could have teamed up. We know both of them from the RAF community. But you know, we can sit here and talk about whether I could or you could. You at home definitely should. As game 3 does get underway here, it's more the case of now, what can each other do? We're sitting here talking about the future. It's the present that's the most important. The Tempest have not got a good track record after leading a series and then finding themselves in a trap.
G-Wood. Nice touch back towards his own defensive third. Sammers is able to get there. Eddie. Oh, this might be an awkward one for him to read, but he does so well. So well, and comes off with a nice recovery. Almost gets there in front of Sammers. G-Wood comes across again. Can he intercept this play from Grim? He does. He'll have a potential shooting opportunity. Gets it past the last man, but Eddie spawns and manages to catch that one before it turned into any real danger as Sammers goes high. Beats EO4. G-Wood rises. Shot there. Over the top of Krim. Clinical into the roof of the net. That's the RAF Tempest captain. And G-Wood gives them the lead.
I think well worked. Just talked about chemistry all day. I think that's the first sense of Tempest. Small smidgen off it. And maybe another one. And Samus is up, misses that one. And Kobe turns on. And he's trying to fire a shot at that one. Even I wouldn't attempt that. And that's over with 10,000 hours.
G-Wood again doing battle with, I believe that was EO4. It ricocheted away to the defensive third of the RAF Tempest as Eddie brings it back though. Pressure again building on this RAF Tempest net. So far they've been a bit more composed, I must say, and I've seen them in the last couple of games, including those against the Falcons. Sammers fakes nicely. Can he find a central pass towards Kobe? No, he can't. Krim. Lovely beat into it. Musty actually fakes it for Eddie. And this is pure danger. G-Wood managing to clear. Kobe follows it up. The Tempest out of jail again.
Maybe they might find free parking here. They're certainly on the Tempest side for a bit of time. Not able to convert this time. And G-Wood, he's got a bit of a hound in them there. Kobe! Shot wide. And EO4 thought freedom there. Sama said no. And he does not get the shot off. Touch surprise there. And a Tempest conga line there as you hop on here. Hold the hip here. It's just a shame there's no music or more than 3 people. Maybe we should join them.
It's a good save by G-Wood. Sammers. Oh, he's put that right... I say it's a good save, so it was a good shot by G-Wood. Sammers has put that right back on net. Kobe too. This is better from the RAF Tempest. G-Wood flying in there at the back post. Unable to make contact with the ball, and Krim now brings it away. Again, the Tempest holding on to a 1-0 lead. They know they can do it. When they're playing solid, their rotations are so good that it means they can hold on to these pretty comfortably. G-Wood goes high. Met by EO4. The ricochet away to the left-hand side. Sammers brings it in field. Krim drops it back onto that wall. Leaves it for Eddie. Eddie with a nice 50-50. But Kobe makes the save.
EO4. Sideward angle. And G-Wood just sends it down. Krim and Eddie. They're a tad bit awkward. We'll get away with it. This time around, Samus back in the middle. And Krim just puts it across here. Both sides, however, are doing well enough here, but the problem that is not necessarily the Tempest. Oh, sometimes it's not your day. Sometimes it really isn't.
Sometimes it's not your day, as you say, Danny. But that will be gracefully received by the RAF Tempest, doubling their lead at a really crucial time when Omnia were just starting to put the pressure on a little bit. Kobe bumped away. They're still in it, of course. There is still plenty of time. G-Wood knocks it away to the left. And that's Eddie on Samez in the background there being demoed. G-Wood returns the favour on EO4 that time. And the Tempest may have broken the back here of Omnia. They're looking a little bit more panicked and maybe more panicked than usual. I don't think I've seen Omnia this unsettled before. Maybe, Danny, maybe the tables have turned.
They have, and there's no question about, the case of what the Tempest have put on them. The fact that the positioning play is so wide open, you can just see it on your screens at home, and if you can't also, both sides are spread that far apart here. It's just a question of, do you have possession boost and can you close it down or find somebody who's close by? It's half a pitch of a difference here. Whoever closes it down here might just find themselves relieving a goal or two, or at least a bit more structure. But with about 40 seconds left still, I think Tempest might think match point is on the horizon.
That is certainly the case if they can hold on to this lead. 30 seconds of play remaining. EO4 inside his own half. Has to make something happen. Has to make something happen really fast here. Krim with a chance. He fakes the shot. And it works. It works from Sammers, who was scrambling back. Had to consider the possibility of a touch here from Krim. In the end, it didn't come. And Sammers was already relatively out of position. It didn't help. And it's 2-1, and a nervy last 24 seconds now are about to play out.
Kobe, Sammers, the 04. Krim's just saw half a chance there already. He's just gambled onto that one. EO4 with no push shot wide and creep into that one. I would have preferred if the Tempest just held that into the corner and didn't bother taking the shot. But EO4 with no option left finds the pass and play, and Krim did not believe that he was going to get it. Backs away from it.
The RAF Tempest come away with it. It is 2-1 now. 2 match points to work with, and we've all been in this scenario. Best of 5 place. Well, I say a place. 3rd place on the line. Some really crucial points to play for. One more game. This could be the moment you cement history for your team, become a hero, or it could be the moment you crumble. You've succumbed to the pressure, the expectation. We've seen it before in this tournament with no boost, just 5s last week. For the Tempest's sake, I certainly hope we don't see it again.
Certainly so, and if I have done my maths right, if it is a Tempest win in this series, so essentially a 4th place tie with how the points have been going out here after 2 qualifiers, and the RAF with the 1st and 2nd team is lumped together, inseparable it seems. And EO4, Krim and Eddie is trying to do their part to upset essentially that one and keep a bit of parity between the two, as G-Wood sends that one down. EO4 in the pathway of Sammers. That's a G-Wood demo if I've ever saw one.
Vintage RAF Tempest right there. Sammers cutting play nicely, takes control of the ball, trusts his teammate to get the demolition. He does just that. And the Tempest take an all-important lead. And when they have taken the lead, Danny, they haven't lost it. They've won every game so far where they've been in front. That might be the all-important stat. And
there's always a first still.
There is, but Omnia are going to have to work really hard here to break that duck. And believe me, I think if they do manage to do it, momentum swings their way, and suddenly the last game is going to be theirs to lose.
You can just hear, and if it was in crowd and certainly at that LAN, you can just hear the ooh slowly building up, and it's Kobe launching that one. 1 in the name, but 2 in the lead.
Yeah, that's a stunning finish, and that, I think, I know it's early. No, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to let the game unfold without applying Caster's Curse in any way, shape, or form. Sammers goes high, still there. Nice shot to read the defensive clearance, put it back into a dangerous position. Nothing came of the attack. And you can see, Danny, you can see it's almost as if a weight has been lifted off the shoulders of the RAF Tempest. They're playing with a lot more composure now.
We know them far too well, and anybody at home who may just be seeing the Tempest for the first, maybe the second time, they're such a good team when they're in the lead and front running. But here's the thing. They're not getting their way here in this third place matchup, and if that goes for the second time, that comfortability, say goodbye to it. It's again the scrap between the two.
I'm glad I didn't say anything now about the game being done and dusted, because I would have looked very, very silly. Because they are straight back into it. You can see them in the background of your screens. G-Wood and Eddie doing battle in their own goal mouth, and actually G-Wood does end up demoing him. And you can see it means that the attack from Omnia, it has no choice but to fizzle out. G-Wood goes up again, gets a vital touch, Krim down. Kobe floating in the air with no boost, manages to read the play well, and it means that they escape. And at the other end, it's a calamity in front of goal. G-Wood forcing it high, in the central position, but Krim unable to make the counter-attack count.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm a neutral. That's our moment when you're at the skipping rope and trying to, get yourself ready, whether it was boxing or in the gym there, you quickly tangle your foot. Omnia just had that essentially equivalency there. They didn't need to essentially trip themselves up there. They had time, they had the presence on the pitch, they had options. That's what these moments do to even the best. Sometimes make you look very foolish.
The pressure, the cracks beginning to show. This Omnia side has worked so hard to be here. And again, they've also scored crucial points as they did last week. So they will maintain their top 8 position. As will, of course, the RAF Tempest will. Kobe with a clearance. Oh, it's landed straight to Krim. This could be dangerous. Man, I think that was Kobe there managing to get an all-important touch on the ball to clear. G-Wood cutting play. Ends up being the right position. EO4 with a central touch. Sammers with a shot. It's into the empty net. Bottom left. Crucial goal at a crucial time for the RAF Tempest, who now take full control of game 4 here. And it could be the goal that swings it in their favour.
You would imagine, but in these moments I'm inclined to take a cautionary step away from calling it that early. Normally I would, but I arguably has been in these situations and have done extraordinarily well. And that ooh and ah rightly placed there. And if it was daytime TV, I'll have a veil, please, there still.
Oh, I'm just turning into prime Gary Neville right now, because 3-2, a minute and 40.
We've gone from Rachel Riley to Gary Neville.
Well, it depends on how you look at things. I mean, I guess so. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Gary Neville was a good pundit, in my opinion. Whoa, I think I've just shot myself in the foot. Kobe. Please save me, Kobe. Nope, that's gone high. Looping dangerously over the RAF Tempest net inside the final minute and a half now. Nervous tensions will surely be pulsing through the RAF Tempest players. This is a dangerous chance. EO4, put it down. Can Krim get there? No, he can't. That was a golden chance. It had to go in for Team Omnia. They worked the right to equalise. They've earned it, but they failed to take it. And sometimes that can be devastatingly cruel in the game of Rocket League. You've got to take your chances, especially in this stage of the game. They may not get another. Inside now, the final minute.
Dames, one touch, and Kobe's been bumped. Krim has his job. He's done it. And the near side post will be scouted out by the Tempest EO4. Finally collecting the boost, but will be back and out of the rotation, surely, but a stumble of a ball here. G-Wood tap it forward, and the Tempest should not be thinking of shooting on target. Guess what? They've done exactly that, and they've lost possession.
G-Wood chases this one down now. 19 seconds, the ball exactly where it needs to be for the RAF Tempest. 15 now, all that separates them with third place and some serious points scored. They'll be very happy with this if they can see it through, but it's dangerous times. Eddie goes for it, a double commit. This is dangerous. G-Wood rises high. He might have just won it for his team. He may have just captained his way to third place with the RAF Tempest. It's GG's all round. And a vital third place finish for the Tempest. It's a good night's sleep now that awaits them after such a good performance in that game. They couldn't quite get it done against the Falcons, but they did it against Omnia. That is some good points scored there. You know what? For both teams as well. Omnia, on any other day, I think they get more than one game on the board there. I really thought they could go away feeling pretty hard done by. You know, they just didn't finish their chances, and that was the difference. They made a few good ones. They just didn't make it count, Danny.
Certainly, and I'm just having a general look here in terms of how things have sort of shaped up between the points and standings. We'll have a lot of time to look at it here, but Diego, both sides, they've shown what it is to be at the top 8, as the link is surely already and has been put down in the chat there in Twitch as well as YouTube, but you can of course find it on the socials, of course, at BFBS Esports on X, and I'm sure there's probably various others. The links are all down below. However, the defending champions versus the grand finalists, it's a rematch from Qualifier 1. They want to have their time on the centre stage. Can it be a 2 in a row, or will it be a settler? We'll see you after this very short break though.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here. 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Burgundy, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. Control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Away, gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well, as this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussyweight, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing, then we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second.
BFBS Pro League is at the grand final stage here at day number 2, qualifier 2. The grand final itself builds, shall we say, a storyline that a few might have not predicted. Others, however, might look at it and sort of go, it's the expected, once again, rising to the occasion. It is a rematch of Qualifier 1. It is the Falcons, the defending champions, versus New Boosters Vibes, looking the chance to just settle an old score. It's the question is, can they, will they, and should they? Still, do you fancy answering any of them?
Oh, it's a good set of questions there, Danny. Well, can only go off of our last encounter with these two sides, really. And it was No Boosters Vibes. They started well. They started well in the first series, in the first encounter between these two sides, but unfortunately for them, they allowed the Falcons route back in, and once you give the Falcons a way back into a game, especially over the course of a best of 7, they will make you pay, as we have seen on more than one occasion in the Falcons' run in both qualifiers. So here we go then.
Here we go. It seems to be that there was a few question marks there by both sides, and that's a tad unusual.
I wonder what that was all about.
I think it was maybe a bit of the argy-bargy perhaps between the two of them, but we did see in the third place match, not necessarily no love between either side, a bit of grit here. The Falcons, however, as much as that we've been sitting there talking about, came in the second seed. Right now the point leader so far of the Pro League itself here. It's a question on, are they happy settling even just for second? A sense so far based on the opening, not quite.
I mean, I think obviously they're going to be playing for the win, but I think either way, the Falcons can't really be disappointed with second place if they get it, because as you say, they're going to be first place regardless. Now, obviously, it'll be nice to win here as well and truly cement that lead. That's going to be so hard for the other teams to catch up on. But realistically, they're going to be comfortable either way inside this top 8, and they've made their mark. And it's all about mentality for them now. Can they remain as composed and calm as they have always been to see it through and make it 2-2 in these qualifiers? Or will No Boost Just Vibes fully announce their name as champions of a qualifying round? But Onza coming closest there to our first goal of this series. Remember, best of 7 as these two teams do battle.
Just for a small history lesson and not to bore you behind the old lectern here. No Boost last time around led in that grand final. Then the Falcons turned it up a notch or two here. Lonzo with a shot here. Ritzy once again grabbing the lead here. Just Vibes. It's just saying we're back at it.
Yeah, that's an excellent finish. Wormsley left a little bit awkward there underneath his own crossbar. Nobody up to meet the shot, and they were punished for it. A wonderful finish inside the opening 2 minutes, and Lion, Lenzo, and I think, yeah, Ritzy take the lead again. And here they go. Can they escape the clutches of the Falcons inside their own defensive third? They can that time. Lion with the clear. Oh, it's a loose ball. Forced kindly for Lion. Can he flick goalwards? He's demoed for his troubles. It breaks into the centre of the park, I believe. Where's the camera angle? There it is. Ritzy knocks it away to the left, and the Falcons survive.
The stock here. Woodwork denies. And Lion could have maybe had it too. And a safety net against the defending champions. Onza straight down Wormsley. Unfortunately, not getting the touch onto it. Ritzy once again sends up. Lion with the shot here. Not making that one count in terms of converting. Two-man wall. And Lenzo's up again here. No flip reset. And the Falcons might actually be looking at this as a turn of play.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 1. Oh, and they really needed to make better of that wonderful opportunity. There needed to be an aggressive demo play perhaps, but nobody was able to reach the car of Lion at the back there. He does exceptionally well, and the 1-0 lead still stands. And up goes Lion again, searching for Ritzy. He's there at the near post, bouncing across the line. It crosses by a few pixels, and the lead for No Boost Just Vibes is doubled.
Might be a UK event, essentially, this. But we've just met our first French kiss.
That's brilliant, as Onza and Wormsley demoing Lion there, but Ritzy beating Gids to it. Gids maybe a little bit uncharacteristically quiet at the start of this one, though. Plenty of time for him to turn this around. That's a collector's item there by Lion. Onza looks for a fake, but Ritzy doesn't buy it. Lenzo beaten to it by the poacher Gids. And Lion again rises high. Wormsley beats too. This is danger here. The shot by Onza over the bar. Gids rises into the back of the net, and Onza actually gets the decisive touch. And with just over a minute to play, this first game springs back into life.
Hello, game number 1. Where have I missed you? It's momentum, a key word. You know it, I know it, everybody else at home. And on a German land, you would have met a friend of mine's if you were at that particular event here where the RAF Storm and Shadows and Tempest was once sent out to Relic veteran in the commentary scene, talks about quite a lot, knows the value of the significance of it. It's actually became his favourite word in part of RL commentary. And you know what, you're seeing it right here. The Falcons have got it. It's a case of can they capitalise with it.
Onza, what can he do now? Ritzy, and I think that was Lion taking out two of the Falcons players, removing them from play. Oh, it's dangerous. It's temporarily open. It's off the post. Can Walmsley find the back of the net? And he has. And he's levelled it with 31 seconds to play. This one isn't done yet.
Grave error. Not much you can say. It's just a grave error. How do you push up in that position? You know you have that sort of sense of confidence, but you've got to understand in this game the value of risk by the third man being left too exposed. That's essentially what it was. What should have been arguably a comfortable game one. Just Vibes is making themselves work for it. They've got it back the lead, however. But mind you, you just sense the Falcons fancy a tie here.
Yeah, they're going to have to try something now. I wonder if they will employ some kind of kickoff tactic, whether it's a Spanish kickoff in threes, it's going to be tough to pull off. Whether it's a stop dead fast cheat, we shall find out. And they went for a kickoff strat there. Did it pay off? 13 seconds to play. No, the ball is in the wrong side of the pitch as far as the Falcons are concerned. Lion needs to get this clear and drop it down, but she does. Onza keeps it alive. 5 to play. Up he goes. Couldn't quite get the height in the aerial dribble there. Lion looks to knock it down. It's Ritzy has to go up now. Can he knock it down? Yes, he can. And no boost, just Vibes. Come alive here at the end of game 1 to take a lead in this best of 7.
And what's worrying here, that the Falcons, who, not to be discrediting them in any way, if you want to say this briefly, their Achilles heel here. There's normally slow starters, and in most series they do play here. They know they ramp it up as the series gets long into it. But they actually got back into this game when others sat there and looked out and sort of 2-0, you thought, right, this game's probably gone here. They got back into it.
Interesting times. I'm not quite sure what's happened in this lobby. It's going to have to be a remake, so we shall... we'll keep discussing things, Danny, between me and you. I will need you to leave the lobby.
Yeah, I'm just kicking everybody out.
You can do that? I did not know you could do that.
Some of us may have got special powers still.
Right, what version of the game have you got to be able to do that? That's crazy, I did not know you could do that.
No, I can't, I just told them to get out.
Ah, right, okay, that works equally as effectively. Well, the lobby is back up.
I just had stern words with my teacher voice and just sort of going, it's only your time you're wasting here, sort of type of thing. But, you know, it's one of those ones where, as the series does go, and we might as well focus on to it, you know, Just Vibes, they've got to sort out their own hiccups. They can't afford to essentially allow an opposition to run right over them.
Yeah, it needs to be that way. You have to have a killer mentality. The second that you let another team get in your head, I mean, we've seen it with the Tempest, right? When, oh, is that going to sneak its way into the bottom corner? No, not that time. It was close by Lenzo. Lion goes up. More danger here for the Falcons so quickly in this game too. But they managed to survive, Danny. But as I was saying, you know, if you let another team get in your head and get the better of you from a mental perspective, you've seen it with the Tempest, it can be really hard to recover from. And Falcons have been on the positive end of that particular set of circumstances on more than one occasion. But are they tonight going to be, for the first time, on the opposite end of that?
Time will tell, as it always does. As Lion drops back for Ritzy, Gids drops back. Lenzo will have his particular punch, and that's an awkward ball. Goal number 1. Oh, it was beckoning, it was begging, it was pleading, but even the judge wasn't taking mercy with that one.
There's all kinds of pandemonium here in front of the no boost, Just Vibes neck. There is Onza. A sucker punch from the Falcons. A beautiful counter attack. A wonderful finish. Clinicality at its finest here from the Falcons. 1-0.
And the Falcons just get that extra bit of turbo they always hold out. Spicy in the big games themselves here. Straight on to from the kickoff, and they might fancy goal number 2. They can rattle goals in at will once they grab and establish control and lead as Ritzy sends it long and Lion just merely poking it to the back wall itself.
And up goes Onza, and much more positive start for the Falcons. Ritzy's there, he doesn't miss those. What a beautiful read off the backboard there. It looked to be a little bit awkward for him, but look at this landing and recovery. Look at that, straight into the correct shape for his car to adjust and place home for a timely response from No Boost Just Vibes. 1-1.
I didn't know we had that old, I was going to say old classic, recent TV series, you know, hole through the wall or man through the hole. I butchered that one. It's not often to do that. One deal went to present it. You know, if you got it at home, well done. But mind you, there's the game on.
Oh, what a good touch on net by Ritzy. Could have easily been goal number 2 and advantage once more to No Boost Just Vibes, but they continue the attack. Gids making mistakes. It's uncharacteristic, but he actually ends up landing on the ball. Can the Falcons capitalise? Not that time. But Onza keeps it alive. Will he beat Lenzo to it? No, he doesn't. And Gids, Wormsley scrambling back to their own. Wormsley leaves it for Gids. Lenzo in towards Lion. Ritzy takes over the play. Time here for a couple of touches. It's so awkward for Wormsley to deal with, but he does just that. And a wonderful fake 50-50 from Onza there. Sees it fall their way. And it's back and forth action. It's great action here in the grand final of Qualifier 2. Wherever you're watching from, we certainly hope you're enjoying the show. And Ritzy will be enjoying that one all night long if they end up winning this series. A wonderful finish into that top left corner. No Boost Just 5 lead.
Not often we see the Falcons hurrying back with some temper. And almost like a sort of a temper tampering to some degree as well, where they're scarping them back in defence here, but they're trying to hit back on the counter immediately. Goes against them that time, and it does once more. A Ritzy hat-trick. Oh, this is something we didn't see last week.
Ritzy being clinical and giving the Falcons a taste of their own medicine there, really. They overcommitted, they oversold, they took a risk, which is, you know, a byproduct of their playstyle. They take a lot of risks at times, especially when you're behind. It's not always going to come off, and certainly there. 4 goals to the good now. Sorry, 3-goal lead, 4 goals total. Lion that time, and Ritzy having to settle for an assist.
The fact that they're going for the kickoff, strap Falcons, you've got to respect them. Playing very heavy. Whether it's to get the demo or the quick ball from the spill, just didn't work. And you know what? This is the first time, and I mean some considerable time, the Falcons do not have a sizable or reasonable response. It's a great save up the line, but that earlier statement from Stale, 3, that is the size of the margin that they're currently trailing by. It's I was going to say bamboozling, it's complex, it's dynamic here, this individual game here, just showing the ugly side at the Falcons' end here. They have got stumping, but the problem is nothing tangible to get from it.
Ritzy on the right-hand side wall again. Onza with a lovely first touch. And they're just failing to make any real chances on goal here. I say that, there's potential for one here, but it's another good save by Ritzy. And I must say, Danny, No Boost Just Vibes, they look really comfortable. I don't think I've seen them this comfortable. Maybe it just took that one grand final last week to, you know, wake them up to what competitive Rocket League is like at this level in this kind of environment. I think of the two sides, they are the ones that have settled better in the early stages of this series. Of them, again, maybe cursing them, gets poaching another goal. Something he's been doing all night long, all week long, I should say. And they're back to within 2, but you just get the feeling that it is still No Boost Just Vibes' game to lose.
Essentially, it is. And you just even just have to cast your mind back a game ago, 3-2. It was a close one, and they could have lost it at any point. But you know, if you had the ability of watching, I hope you did. Qualifier 1. The second game, and there was earlier bits as well too in that series, were Just Bush at one point here did not get back into the game here. They had half chances, should have converted one or two, could have probably been a closer series. They were stumbled upon by the Falcons due to the fact they were clinical. It's the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's weird. Look at that fake, by the way, from Ritzy. Absolutely selling the Falcons player there, just bouncing down kindly, and Ritzy's there again. He gets his 4th goal. This has been his game by far. Supported by his 2 teammates wonderfully well, Lion and Lenzo, but you have to say, okay, that was very fortunate, it must be said. But he found himself in the right position in the right time on so many occasions this game. He's deserved his 4 goals.
Can't deny that. He's played definitely a different level of his potential that we've seen so far over the 4 days on stream. But mind you, the Falcons, they have opened the door to be questioned here. 4 goals over two games is below their expectation. They should be hitting around 3, possibly 4. This is unusual for them. The defensively been split wide open, and offensively they just don't have it. Onzo does not seem the usual self here. It's the fact that I don't have an answer here, or the words flowing straight out here, shows you how unusual that is still.
Yeah, and it's a byproduct of what's been, the Falcons' domination over Qualifier 1. But for the first time here, we're seeing them unfold a little bit. Not too much, because they're still very much in this series. It's a best of 7 after all. Plenty of time for them to come back, and that's the beauty of a best of 7 grand final. For the theatre and the drama, and it won't be the first time a reverse sweep can or will happen. So they've got to bear that in mind. They've got to remain calm. But I must say, it's the most threatened I've seen them look. And, the most ropey I've seen them look as well. And that's courtesy of a fantastic all-round performance from No Boost Just 5s. All 3 of their players fully immersed in the environment that they've been playing in these past 2 days. Fully on the same page, which is the most important thing as well. And ultimately clinical. That's what's got them in front and in a commanding position in this series. And, it's the Falcons with it all to do now.
And let's even be fair here to this. The Falcons haven't dropped really by standard. It's their opposition that has stepped it up.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. I mean, the first time this grand final happened, no Boost Just 5s were left wanting more. After such a dominant display of their own to get to the final, they really just crumbled. And it's almost, I don't want to say that it is, 'cause I don't think that's a fair comment to make for the Falcons, but it's almost a reversal of that, grand final qualifier 1. But this will be an opening goal opportunity here, and it will go into the empty net, courtesy of a nice composed finish by Wormsley, stroked in, and that might be a settler for the Falcons side. Might be just what they needed.
MBJV for the first time, really, other than probably the first game when it was Giddish, overextends, and that was, however, the problem in the grand final last week. 1 or 2 opportunities left open like that, and the Falcons pounced on it. If it continues, we might have that role reversal reverse back to what was at one stage normalised.
Another good finish. Ritzy combining well with Lenzo again, who just kept persistence, and Onza went for the boost, trusted that his teammate would be there in time, and he was, but it was read by that man Ritzy again, who's been, the danger man. All the throughput for, No Boost Just 5's offense has come directly through Ritzy, and that was some flick by Gids, but it actually beat his own teammates as well, and Lenzo now has to control. Takes his time, has a breather, assesses his options, and beats a player. And will continue to challenge Onza as well, whose 50 is a good one. Lion rises, it's dangerous here for Gids, but he turns out nicely, and 50 is into his favour. It's good play by the goal-scoring machine that has been Gids all night long, all qualifier long for the Falcons. Clinical in front of net, and has won them countless matches. That's, though, is a nice shot by Lion. Gids can cut here, leaves it for Onza. Lion redirects onto his own net. Ritzy will climb, looks to flick it. Goal bound, but it's not to be. This one is a much more cagey affair. Ritzy beats though, is through on net. It's a bit of an awkward angle, looks for a centre. And the chance looking dangerous, but it eventually subsided.
Arguably the two MVPs. A hairbreadth, you can make the argument for Unseen Gids. Last week you could have maybe picked those two. Ritzy there just showing him if he is to go on and win it, why he is so far the informed player of the competition. Everything's going through him. The chances, the operation, the formation delivered on time, and there is no deliberation. Just how he wants it, when he wants it. It's Gids though to put a stop to it. Good save by Lion, and there's Ritzy to sweep it away.
That was some save, and at a vital time, and Onza goes 1 versus 1, and Ritzy comes across and saves the day again. Wormsley puts it goalwards. Lion's there, but Wormsley at the near post. What a hero's finish that was. And we're almost inside the last minute. It's a crucial time to be scoring a goal. And Wormsley, we don't see too much of him in front of goal, but in moments like that, it doesn't matter how many you score in a day. You can get the most important goal, and for the Falcons, it might be that one.
Ritzy up the importance, and it's always about timing when you do it as well. A decisive blow. The Falcons may have thought they've delivered. It's now over to their opposition in blue to maybe respond of their own. Wormsley could quash that comeback down.
Can't be missing that one. It was it came out in quickly, but it was a golden chance to make sure that their route back into this one is gonna be a viable one, and Onza doing so well. That was a guaranteed goal had he not touched that. That is the value of Onza, a defensive machine. Bails his team out of countless situations with unreal defense. Gids beaten to it. This might be real danger, but he's there again. An absolute wall, an absolute machine. He's there to centre. Wormsley climbs high, misses again. And one final chance here. It's Ritzy beating Gids to the ball, but the 50 is a good one. Lion keeps it up. It's bouncing off the ceiling, down. Will it hit the ground? It does. And this one is only just getting started.
And the Falcons have essentially achieved what Boosters Vibe essentially failed to do a week ago. They went 1-0 up, and the Falcons went 2 games without feeling a response. Essentially, actually 3 before they did nick 1 in the 5th. But when you look at the Falcons here, we at times questioned where were they? Now they've got the response, they've got a game on the board here. It's not about feeling settled in for the game 1. Just get a goal here and see how it goes. They've responded. Now can they somewhat sense that opportunity, get a goal, which they have done through on, to tie the series up, and you know what? Put the pressure back on.
He's there again. The pivot for all things that the Falcons work towards. He's involved some way or another, is Onza. And that time, a direct contribution to the scoreline. 1-0 to the Falcons. Nice kickoff by Ritzy, following that up quick and gets the boost. What a wonderful fake. And it will be a return shot as well off the backboard. What a goal by Ritzy. It really is the man of the hour right now for no boost, just 5. And scores arguably goal of the tournament.
Ridiculous Ritzy. Nothing seems to be able to contain the power that he is able to generate, and the position as well too. Unfortunately, the woodwork is the only thing stoppable. Organic beaten, however, metal and plastic seems to be his kryptonite.
What an audacious flicked attempt that was. But it's saved really by the crossbar and post. Falcons riding their luck a little bit there. But sometimes you need it. Remember, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to be effective. And somehow, some way, the ball repels from the Falcons' net. But this might be more danger. Gids rises high and bails Onza out of trouble. How many times have we said that tonight? Pretty much just the once. That's how solid Onza's been in defense. But he comes forward this time. beats 1, gets the reset. Can't quite beat Lion, but that's awkward, and it commits two no boost just 5 players, and it allows Gids to find Onza off the backboard. Gids puts it goalbound again, but they're all limited boost. They manage to clear somehow, some way. A reversal of fortunes in front of goal. The no boost survive, but it's going to be empty, and Onza misses his flip. That could have been the moment to send them 1 goal to the good again, but it wasn't to be.
Moments are sometimes makes the champions, and the Falcons know what it takes to win it. And no boost just vibes as tantalising and teasing themselves here. They're yet to taste what match point feels like. That's what they're trying to do here. Both, however, had opportunities to take the lead here in this crucial game here as Onza tips it to the side here. 2-1 lead, 1-1 in game 4. Not only does the next goal matter.
Oh, it's a really important goal, this next one. And you can see that by the amount of double commits we're beginning to see. The nerves are creeping in, and another double commit. They need to relax, otherwise that will cost them a goal. Ritzy. Oh, it's a good effort on goal, and Gids comes across, showing he's not just a menace in front of goal, but he's a menace with his back to his own goal as well. That was wonderful defending by Gids. And up goes Ritzy, beats 2. Wormsy coming across, a bit of a double commit again, and you can see panic beginning to set in, visible now on the virtual faces of all 6 of these players in the lobby. Next goal is vital, and they're battling hard to see who it's going to be. Forced to Lion, but his shot goes over the bar.
I think that was just a nervy clear more than a shot, to be honest with you, but we won't really truly know what Lion's intent was with it. Ritzy, however, we know exactly what he was wanting to do. Perfect layoff, but unfortunately Lenzo, wrong position, and if he called it a tad bit foolish. Oh, this is open. It really was open.
Oh my god. No way have we just seen that one go begging for the Falcons. It was such a dangerous chance, and straight up the other end. On no boost, just vibes. Onza taking Lion out, the offensive rotation with the demo in the background there. Lion goes up. Wormsy limited boost, but Lion won't know that. He now does. Centers the ball and gets the boost. Wormsy's going to be awkward for a while, and Gids has to let it run. Lenzo. Wormsy recovers boost finally and gets to the ball. Ritzy plays it away to his right hand side. Lenzo cuts, but not a good cut. Onza gets there first. And looking for an offensive play, and Wormsy does find the car of Lenzo. Lion able to just chase this down the line with limited boost just to be annoying now. Lovely play, beats 2 players and gets enough of a distraction there on Onza to force him into an awkward position. But again, Onza doing so well. And now, Danny, the pressure is all on this Falcons net.
Back over, and Lion nearly being found. The Falcons might fancy a chance of their own here, but both sides trying to prioritise their defence too. We haven't seen that element outright, but they're trying to smarten up with 45 seconds here, dropping down. Double commit here, save achieved, and Ritzy was in the position where the clearance was. The perimeter being scouted out here, and just vibes finding once more the 18-yard box at the Falcons on to straight down. Lines committed onto the backboard. Ritzy to send to Alonso. Unfortunately, went for a romantic scroll instead of a harsh demo.
Wormsy climbs high, attempts to clear, but he misses, and it forces Gids into an awkward 50. Doesn't have enough boost to get any real, gumption on that clearance, but Lenzo does, finds Lion. Are we going to see our first overtime of the series? Maybe it's going to drop. Maybe they do let it drop. And they were playing for the overtime. They're feeling the pressure now, both of these 2 sides. As Lion and Gids do battle as Ritzy puts it goalwards, and Wormsy's able to recover the ball. And it's knocked goalwards unintentionally there by Gids. And again, fails the clearance. They're really feeling it now. Ritzy goes for a double. Can he land it? Gets the centre. Onza desperately clawing at the ball. Manages to get there. And the pressure subsides for now for the Falcons.
Championship points. 1 goal away for the likes of Lenzo, Lion and Ritzy to taste glory. That's what they know. The Falcons is now huddling themselves perfectly as best as they can here to keep their formation. double commit though. They fancy the chances is now, and the champions have struck. It's 2 apiece in the series.
Excellent finish from Onza from close range. Kept his cool, kept his eye on the ball there. Had to do it. It was now or never. And that has turned the tide for this series. Mark my words, it's going to be an uphill battle here for No Boost Just Vibes, in my opinion. They will 2 to the good. It's now 2-all. I mean, you tell me, Danny, who's got the momentum?
I think you have to look at the Falcons and sit there and say that they do. But I'm going to go against even that. I would argue that Just Vibes should be looking up in this series and sort of going, it probably should have been 3-1. There's not much we should actually be changing technically wise, because at Falcons is, if you want to say in quotations, best they've got the offer. They handled them. They brought them the OT.
They did, and oh, they started fast here. Have the Falcons, and Giz with an early opportunity. Couldn't make it count, and up they go. Trying to find an early goal here. I'll No Boost Just Vibes, but Giz is going to take his time. Again, 0 boost, hoping that the pad would spawn. It didn't, and Lion goes up. Wormsley met him. Ritzy centers, and Onza will get there. Gets the reset as well. And gets a shot on goal. It's awkward, and it will be 1-0 to the Falcons. Unsure of what the last man, Lenzo, was doing there. He put himself in such an awkward position. You can see he couldn't quite turn his car. And he's beginning to feel the pressure. That's the only way I can describe the reason for that goal going in.
No reason whatsoever. And that's unfortunate, because with 30 seconds gone by, plenty of times the Falcons have seen that lead slip or regain from them. Where, however, No Boost and Just Vibes have barely seen and chipped away. You just, however, may look at game 1 and sort of go, they've been there before, but it's a different sort of atmosphere between the two, and that's an odd way to clear the ball out. Wormsley covers that one, net on target, and gets over the Onza. So the Falcons, they're back at their high-risk strategy here.
Ritzy goes central, Lion rises, Lion finishes, and a good goal to equalise at a vital time as well. Had that gone a little bit further, you got to feel the Falcons would have potentially grabbed another goal and took a real chokehold of this game, but just when it was starting to look dangerous and precarious for No Boost Just Vibes, they find the goal from somewhere. Not more good play, more good team play at that as well, and they're back in it.
Wormsley straight down, and Lion, one touch, second touch, an argument between the two. Lions won it, Wormsley gets the save. Ritzy, oh, he's unfortunately scarpered his mechanics wrong. He nearly drops on the ball, mind you. Onto what the maybe passing option there, goes solo, demoed by Wormsley, and Lion is a shoot to that Ritzy. Oh, could he possibly? Has to back it away, and Lenzo will see Onzo. And if you think there's too many O's on it, well, I'll beat you still here. He has plenty of O's later on.
Oh, what a recovery from Ritzy. Onza goes high onto the backboard, centres towards Wormsley, and it almost paid off again. The team play, the vintage classic Falcons team play, almost paying off. But No Boost Just Vibes survive, and Onza, another reset. This time beats his own player. Bit of communication required there, because that was a good opportunity, and Lenzo puts it on goal. And Onza this time does find a teammate. Ritzy has to challenge, and he does. Reads the miss by Onza. And away he comes down the right-hand side as you're looking at it from a No Boost Just Vibes perspective, and that's a huge goal. Ritzy just steals that one in almost Gids-like fashion, poaching it away after the slightest error from Wormsley. It's clinical, it's 2.
Don't want to be a man of terrible thoughts. The last team, and that team led 2-1. The Falcons brought it back, and unfortunately there's 2 tails to that story still. It went a very nervy 3-2 or a dominating 5-3 or 5-2 type performance, and it looks like it's going to be the game 1 type, nervy and potentially afraid to outright go for it.
Oh, this is a dangerous chance again. Ritzy couldn't quite get to the end of his own backboard read there. It was almost professionally done. And that is the type of goal that you will see in professional play. Scored quite often whenever, well, in the rare occasion that a free backboard is offered to them. And you can see he goes for coast-to-coast dribble, read though by Gids. That was dangerous, and Lenzo was able to recover the ball, and they've fully committed to this play. They need to make it count or risk being sucker punched here. It's Gids now with a lot of time and space. What can he do from the right-hand side? Ritzy challenging, nice fake by Gids, and Ritzy again, he just manages to recover his car so well. And you can really see where his MMR ranking, you know, is coming into play, coming into fruition, because he's so composed in these high-pressure plays.
Fortunately, Lenzo committed when he shouldn't have. Ritzy was doing essentially the clock wasting time strategy, and Lion trying to cheekily send that ball and redirect it to the Raptors up the net. Doesn't get it this time, however. Back down to go. Lenzo collecting the boots and Ritzy to take over. The comms at least seem a little bit more crisper, and Falcons, well, they're back here to the wall here. Lion should be thinking about the bump instead of hovering for the redirect this time.
That one drops down into the business end here of game number 5. Vital game. This will put the winner within 2 match points. And again, it's a tough mental barrier to overcome. And it will be seemingly no boost, just vibes series. If, of course, they can maintain composure for this last 25 seconds of play. Nervy times here. Falcons have to throw caution to the wind. They've been in this position on countless occasions in the past against many Royal Air Force rosters, and indeed, I won't say that, rarely in this kind of environment because they've been so dominant, but they're being really tested now. And Ritzy, the star of the show in this series, clears the ball. One last chance for the Falcons. Is it going to be kept alive by Onza and Wormsley? It is. Gids with a shot, looks towards Onza, it's dropped down. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of you tuned in at home, we hope you have enjoyed the show. It's not done just yet. There is still a grand finale, but it is 2 championship points for No Boost, Just Vibes.
Just sitting there, and you might want to nudge a friend or two here, because it may not be done in 6. It could be a decider as well. It has that sort of scent, and the fragrance is there for it. You can smell it. But both sides here is just looking at the moment and sort of going, what can we do? How can we capitalize on it? And as you rightly say, it is the Ritzy Grand Final. He has done what he needed to do, does it without complaint, and everything is back there. But, you know, you talk about the Falcons' legacy or their career as a team here. Yes, knocking the likes of the RAF has been in moments before, but in competition where we do look at the likes of the BFBS Pro League itself, it's doing it in these type of moments that is always going to be different. And maybe in the Germany land it's the other potential bit of it, but that team is not here. They haven't reached the final. It's the Falcons, however. They've got to show if they're capable of doing it.
Indeed, I couldn't have said it better myself, as Lenzo misses that one on the left-hand side wall, and Ritzy looking for Lion. Lion does get onto the end of the pass, and Lion almost the beneficiary of that mistake there by Wormsley, almost playing it onto the front end of Lion's car. And he's made a few whiffs here early on, Lion, maybe beginning to feel the fatigue of competitive Rocket League after so many hours of playing. And most people say, you know, playing games is simply just a pastime, but you ask these players right now how they're feeling. Guaranteed there'll be sweat from their foreheads. They'll be feeling a lot of mental strain, and it does take it out of you. I can assure you of that if you are sat at home wondering how it feels. I've been there myself, and these players will be going through that right now. I guarantee you, especially in such a high stakes game. And Ritzy, who's been the star, absolute star here for No Boost Just Vibes, will hope he can lead his team through one more play. And that's a nice flick. Lenzo rises high. It falls to Lion. It's underneath Gids. And Falcons, for the first time really in 2 weeks, are in a considerable amount of danger.
And Lion essentially is asking, can you hear me roar? We've saw Ritzy have his time. Now it's Lion's turn to hit essentially the full tune. And that point that you've been making, the fatigue is such a horrible thing, but it's a war of nutrition essentially. when you get to the stage in the competition. You can't afford to essentially rest on your laurels. You've got to even push harder when you even thought there was nothing left to give, because essentially you don't want to have regrets. And right now the Falcons are just shying away from a moment or two.
They are, and maybe they've been worked out by no Boosters vibes. It's certainly possible. You know, they've had some pretty good games in the grand final last week as well, and now a lot of practice with each other here as well. So maybe they're getting used to each other. Maybe no Boosters vibes are beginning to win the mental battle between these two. Still plenty of time, of course. The Falcons are not out of this one yet. It would be foolish to count this Falcons side out. They've been brilliant from the get-go in the group stages of Qualifier 1, and indeed for this one. There goes Lenzo to put the game to bed, but it's just whisked wide of his car, and Ritzy keeps the attack alive. Lenzo now, from distance, puts it goalwards. Ritzy cuts and will be well aware here of the danger of him being there. Oh, it's another dangerous opportunity. Lion failing to get on the end of it there, and that could have been 2-0. That could have been the goal to put it potentially out of the reach of the Falcons, but they're still alive here.
Essentially, the Falcons have been undefeated, unbeaten in over 10, possibly 15 games worth. Perfect in the group stage a week ago, won it last week. Now suddenly perfect, no issue in the group stage yesterday. Get to the stage which seems to be familiar. It seems like home, and Lenzo knocks in 2, and suddenly the history book might see an L creeping onto the Falcons' name.
And that could be the goal that secures it. It's Lenzo sailing home at that far post. Puts the ball into the empty net. It was a good demo as well by Lion, making sure the goal was free. And now really and truly the Falcons are going to be tested to their limit. They have to go out and hunt this game down. It's got to be an insane comeback. One of the best comebacks we've seen in this whole entire tournament, if they are to do it. This late on now, with just over a minute to play. Every chance that goes a-begging is one more step to the grave. But Onza does exactly what I asked of him, which is to put that one into the empty net at the far post. And the Falcons, I tell you, they're still alive. They're still fighting here.
Late and long sessions of gaming, you could almost have the expression zombie-like. Well, unfortunately, there is no brains. It's just pure walloping of that one. Pure and utter bronze. And Ritzy, however, lacking the neuron to finish the connection to get that one. And suddenly, panic station will be alarming between the earbuds. The old grey matter will certainly be worked to the maximum here.
Oh, it's gone underneath. And Onza will be there. He's missed. No, it was an open net, but I don't think he had enough angle to place that one in from the acute angle that he was presented with. And is that the golden chance that would have put them back to within level terms? Is that the chance that means the Falcons are defeated for the first time? Time will tell. We're into the final 20 seconds now. It really is do or die time here for the Falcons. They've got to throw caution to the wind, and they're doing just that. Risk left, right and centre into the final 10. Gids one-on-one. He fakes. It's into the back of the net. And the Falcons are back to 2-2.
All the neutrals was probably maybe hoping for a game 7 or at least OT. The fact that this is the best of 7 as a marathon by modern standards. Back in the day, it used to be best in 9s. Thankfully, the newer players don't have the experience. Those were really true grits. But time is a cruel mistress. 2 seconds away from that particular additional time being awarded. And no boosts, just the vibes. And the Falcons will be sitting and muttering that it could have been them.
And honestly, I can't quite believe how that one unfolded in the end. What a cruel goal as far as the Falcons are concerned to lose it. But no boost, just vibes are going delirious, I'm sure, with how they've played this tournament. And in my opinion, fully deserved winners. Absolutely phenomenal set of games, by the way, from both teams there. They really put on a good show. And I think it's an appropriate way to end what has been a fantastic qualifier too. So many good moments to look out for. I mean, where do we even begin to break this one down? From the Storm Shadows being upset in the quarterfinal, all the way through to No Boost Just Vibes winning here. What a set of qualifiers.
You can't sit there and just find one word or one sentence. There's so much to unpack there. Everybody tuning in sort of going, but this, this was probably why the grand final should have been in terms of the intensity, the tightness of it. But it took a while, for No Boosters Vibes to essentially, be the team that they are. We've seen it here this time around. The problem now is, how does the admins and the seeders work out the top seed now? Because it's no longer the case of the outright best here. It's now the case of we've got two teams outright in the lead. The chasing pack has a lot of work now to do.
They do, and that is going to be the crux of the next 5 qualifiers. And of course, there are teams that won't be able to attend all of them. I know 1 or 2 RF teams that won't be able to for other commitments, i.e. the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. So they'll have even more catching up to do, and will just be vying for a place in the top 8 full stop. And it won't just be the Storm Shadows, it won't just be the Tempest and the Shadows and the Hurricanes of the RF, it will be more than just one team. So these early qualifiers are so important. And the points that Falcons have scored, the points that No Boosters 5 have scored, pretty much I would argue already has, upped their chances to probably 99% of qualifying for the LAN. And as you say, Danny, it's the chasing pack now that have it all to do. It's your Storm Shadows, your Tempests, and your Immaculate Vibes, and Crossbar Challenges. They are the ones that have it all to do. The chasing pack, they're going to be just that, chasing. So tune in to Qualifier 3 to find out how that one unfolds. But, Danny, there'll be people at home that'll be sat there watching, thinking, I can do that better. If that is you, get yourself signed up for Qualifier 3. I want to see you there. Get 2 friends together, of course, as long as they meet the criteria. It could be you here playing for that awesome £15,000 prize pool live in September at the LAN. Danny, I'll throw it to you to wrap us up.
Certainly so, and that is, of course, going to be the 18th and 25th for the Qualifier 3 and 4. That chasing pack could have you involved, but again, this wouldn't be possible, of course, without BFBS Esports and all the hard work they've been doing, and many other countless people behind the scenes here. It would take me near enough the entirety of the broadcast to properly say that thanks that they rightly deserve. But to you at home for tuning in, it does not stop there. Likewise for the players. It is next week here, Wednesday, same PM, 6 PM BST. And get involved. It is simply one click away. It's a heartfelt good night from, of course, all of us here from the commentary booth. We'll see you next week.
BFBS Forces News join KFOL patrols in the north of